Então vá. Um, dois, teste, teste. Um, dois, teste, teste. Som, 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 teste. Teste, um, dois, teste, teste. Um, dois, som, som, som. Um, dois, teste, teste. Um, dois, som, som, teste, teste, som, som. Um, dois. Um, dois, teste, teste. Um, dois, teste. Um, dois, som, som, um, dois.
Meu chefe me disse para extrair dados dessa bagunça até o final do dia. Ferro, ele não sabe que...
Slow down, feel the rhythm move now. Slow down, let the night cool down. Street lights glow low. Time moves soft, moves slow. No rush where we go. Just vibes, let it flow. Slow down, feel the rhythm.
Hello, good morning. Are you feeling energetic? Yeah?
Yes?
Yes?
Yes!
Okay, you can do better than that. Well, welcome to this session of Inspirational Talks. It's a great pleasure being here with you. I'm Antonio Dias Martins, one of your professors of this course, and I have the great pleasure of having with me Mike Siegel. Mike Siegel is a former founder, a former Silicon Valley investor, partner of 500, ex-partner of 500 startups. He has been living in Portugal, and we are very lucky to have such an experienced person and expert with us that is sharing with you his knowledge and his experience, hoping to help you in your contact with the entrepreneurial world and with venture capital and with this new perspective that you can give to your life. So please give a round of applause to Mike Siegel, and thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Thank you. Bom dia. That's the most Portuguese you're going to get out of me this morning. Very pleased to be here. So this morning, I'm going to share with you in a very short period of time only 35 years of knowledge about venture capital from an entrepreneur and a VC's perspective. At the very end of my presentation, there's going to be a QR code which links to a LinkedIn post. And if you comment on that LinkedIn post, my assistant, Melissa, who is amazing, is going to send you this deck. So you get 35 years of knowledge in a single deck. All right? During the course of the presentation, if you have questions, please raise your hand and ask. I give this presentation a lot. You've seen it many times. Changes a little bit, but I love answering the questions. I'll try and tell a few stories along the way that make it a little more specific. Okay? Good? Everyone want to ask a question? Show me your hands. Come on, show me your hands. Who's excited? All right, that's better. That's better. Okay, so I've been a founder or a co-founder of 8 companies, 9 if you count a not-for-profit that I did. 4 of them exited. 1 of those I sold, and I went through an IPO process. So I've sort of seen the entire journey as an entrepreneur. And then I became a VC focused in fintech, and I did over 80 deals as a general partner of a fund. And if you count as a venture partner, as an angel, as an investment committee member, I've been involved in over about 130 deals to date. And now I spend my time as a coach, as an advisor, as a non-executive director. And if any of you are fans of Godfather, I'm sort of consigliere to both founders and to fund managers. And what I'm going to share with you, as I said, is sort of a masterclass in fundraising that's going to cover what goes in the mind of a professional venture capitalist, what happens for them, how do you build something, this is a superpower for entrepreneurs, called an ideal investor profile. Have any of you heard of an ideal customer profile? Show of hands. Okay, anyone who's going to follow a entrepreneurial path is going to have to learn what an ideal customer profile is. Anyone who wants to raise money, whether it's from a venture capitalist or anyone else, is going to have to learn what an ideal investor profile is. And then we're going to talk about telling a narrative, a story that gets investors excited. And this isn't just about venture capitalists, it's about any investor, because guess what? Investors invest, well, if they're your friends or family, it's because they love you. If it's anyone else, they don't actually give a shit about your product. They give a shit about their money, right? They want to get money back. So when you love your product and hopefully you love your customer, what they want to hear is a narrative about the company and how it's going to be a machine to deliver their money back to them. So this is what we're going to cover. Does this sound reasonable? Okay, great. So, if you've ever read any marketing from a venture capital fund, this is their marketing. VCs are in the business to invest in and support great founders. And this is a lie. The truth is that venture capitalists stay in business by generating returns for their investors. This is how you build a career as a venture capitalist in very short order. You go out and you talk to investors about the way the future is going to look and why there's all these great entrepreneurs who need money in order to make that future come true. The investors that, as a venture capitalist, sometimes you're referred to as a GP or general partner, right, talk to are LPs or limited partners. So they have a vision for the future. GPs have a vision for the future that they talk to LPs about. And they say, look, if you were to invest in my fund, I'm going to invest in these great entrepreneurs who are going to realize this future in whatever, technology it is, and we're going to make a lot of money together, which means that you're going to make a lot of money. So they go and raise a fund. Then they start investing in startups, and hopefully the startups start generating returns. And if that happens, then a general partner gets to go raise another fund, and another fund, and another fund. And in an ideal world, they become Andreessen Horowitz or Sequoia, and they get fabulously wealthy, and they support lots and lots of entrepreneurs. But at the end of the day, as sexy as reading some stuff you read online might make it, it's just a job where you are in a commodity business, which is turning a little money into more money. And there are lots of ways to do that. But this is how you build a career in venture capital. Does this make sense to everybody? Okay. To be successful at this career, you have to master 3 games. And the reason that I tell you this is because, as you all know, to be a great player at any game, you have to understand all the rules. So as an entrepreneur, right, if you're all going to be entrepreneurs, if you understand the games that venture capitalists have to play, you can raise money from them more effectively. You can be a better player on that playing field. Okay. The first one is what I call the limited partner game. So as I said a moment ago, as a general partner, you go out and you try and raise money from limited partners based on something called a thesis. A thesis includes, where do we believe in the future there's going to be opportunity? Is there going to be opportunity in med tech? Is there going to be opportunity in AI? Is there going to be opportunity in green tech? Is there going to be opportunity in fintech? Right? Where in the world of technology and innovation, that's what VCs typically traffic in, is there going to be opportunity? What stages of companies and what geographies? This usually formulates the core of a thesis. So you might have an early stage fund that says we're going to invest in blue ocean technology in Iberia. Or we may have a company, a fund that says we're going to invest in early stage fintech for the Middle East. Or when I raised my own fund, what I said, my thesis was early stage fintech for the millions of people who don't have access to formal financial services, but would be able to get access through a device like this across Africa, across Latin America, across Southeast Asia. Right? You also, as a venture capitalist, have to describe to a potential set of LPs, why are you different and better as an investor than anybody else? Why are you better at finding companies? Why are you better at picking the ones that are going to do great versus the thousands of others? Because I guarantee you, every single person in here who had an idea for a business, someone else has had that idea already. But why, as a VC, are you going to be better at picking the winners? Why are you going to be better at winning the deals of the best entrepreneurs? Because the best entrepreneurs have money being thrown at them from all over the world. And then why are you going to be better at supporting the deals? Not a lot of people think about this as a VC, is that it's quite competitive to get access to capital to invest. And so not only do you need a thesis about where there's going to be return, but why are you different and better than everyone else, just like an entrepreneur is going to be different and better than everyone else. And then there's a bunch of other things like what's the size of your fund and how many investments will that fund make, and what's the average check size and how much of each company you're going to own, and all of these details. These details make up a contract with your LPs. And effectively, if a lot of entrepreneurs go out and they go like, look, there's all these people who claim to be venture capitalists and they're going to want to invest in me. And I am an early stage company that uses AI to deliver pet food better. And they go out and they start telling this story about how many people need pet food and how much more efficient they're going to be than everybody else. And they start sending out pitches and they find that no one wants to talk to them. But what they don't realize is that if a GP gives a thesis to an LP and an LP writes a check to that GP based on a thesis like this, they are forming a contract. I am only going to invest in the stages, sectors, geographies, check sizes, etc., that is represented in that contract. So any entrepreneur that walks through the door and asks for money that isn't within the contract does not get funding. The easiest way to kill your career as a venture capitalist is to breach that contract with an investor. So as an entrepreneur, what do you need to know? No fit, no funding. Next, who here has heard the idea of a unicorn in regards to, right? A unicorn's a company worth $1 billion. Okay? Actually, that's not cool in this world of VC land, right? What's cool is a dragon. Why is a dragon cool? Because a dragon returns 3 times the size of a fund. Whether that's one company that returns an entire fund, or if you are an LP, what you really love is one company that returns all of the investments in all the funds that you've invested in a single year. That's what's cool, right? If you were one check into Uber at the earliest stage, or one check into OpenAI at the earliest stage, or one check into Moderna at the earliest stage, you had yourself a dragon. What you need to understand as an entrepreneur is that winning at venture capital is a portfolio returns game. The way that venture capitalists get paid is they get 2%, generally speaking, of the size of their fund every year. If you're running a $100 million fund, that sounds like pretty good cash, right? Get $2 million a year to do the operations of the fund. You also get this thing called carry, which is a profit share after you return the money to your LPs, including your management fees, right? So you take 2% a year, 10 years, that's $20 million. So you have to return all 100 million, including that 20 million that you've spent on operations, plus usually a hurdle rate of, let's call it 8% a year, plus 100 million, that's 1x the fund size, then you get 20% of the profits. Why is 3x, why is a dragon important? Because if you think about everything else that you can invest in, gold, the stock market, real estate, et cetera, if a fund doesn't generate 3x the entire size of the fund, chances are you're not doing as well as other potential investments in the market, which means LPs aren't going to invest with you a second time. So what does this mean for the entrepreneur? Well, you have to know that being an entrepreneur is really damn hard. 99% of all companies that take venture capital fail to return even 1x of what they take in. So you're a company, you raise $1 million, the chance that you're going to return $1 million to your investors is less than 1%. It's not an easy game. In fact, if you were to look at all the startups globally, 97% of all the profits, all the returns in any given year come from less than 10 companies. Think about that, right? That means that if you think about all the startups that have come to Lisbon for Web Summit, you're probably talking about 4 to 5 years of Web Summits with the crazy traffic and everything else to generate just one company that's going to return the venture capital for just 1 year. Those are crazy odds. Crazy odds. So what you need to remember that when you go to a venture capitalist and you say, look, I'd like $1 million, the valuation of my company is 10 million, so I'm raising, right? I'm going to sell you 10% of the company. What that VC is thinking about is, can this company, if everything goes right, I know that 99% of the time it doesn't. That's the game I'm in. But if it does go right, can this company generate more than 3 times of my fund for that 10% I own? Does that math make sense to you? Right? So let's say you have a $100 million fund and you go raise $1 million from that company or from that fund. You made, right? You're raising $1 million. It's a $100 million fund. And they buy 10%. That 10% of the company that is bought has to at some point be worth, within 7 to 10 years, has to be worth 300 million. Someone here has to be better at math than me. How much does that company have to be worth? Yeah, in 7 to 10 years. Crazy, right? But when you're sitting across the table talking to a VC about how that pet food delivery via AI is going to change the world, they need to be thinking, can this company be a $3 billion company in 7 to 10 years? Nuts, right? But that's the game that they're playing. All right. Then it gets complex because that really wasn't enough. Then we have this idea of timing markets, which is a little bit harder than timing waves. The first set of timing issues has to do with the market opportunity. What are you selling and why will the world need it now? And why will they need more of it soon? So when I went to raise my fund, right, a key point that I made to my investors was there's about 2 billion of these on the planet right now, and most of them are in the hands of rich people. By 2030, there'll be more than 2 of these in the hands of all 7 billion people on the planet. And most of those 7 billion people don't have access to financial services today. That's what was driving the need for new financial services. Someone is going to make a lot of money, and existing banks cannot deliver cheaply services to these devices, right? They still suck at it. That's why most of you probably use Revolut or Wise on your devices rather than Novo Banco, right? They suck at it. So what is it that is driving the need? Is it that GDPR came into play and all of a sudden someone has to take care of all of this privacy data that they didn't have to before? Is it that there is some whack job in the White House who pulled out of NATO and is, right, or some other whack job who's attacking Ukraine and is making Europe responsible for its own defense, and so Europe's going to be spending a whole lot of money on defense? Is it we're completely depleting our energy reserves and we need to find a way to generate energy from ocean water? Is it, pick it, whatever it is. But the point is, what is driving the demand? Why are people or companies going to spend money on what you're going to make at an increasing rate to the tune of billions of dollars or euros? That's the first thing. The second thing is, are LPs putting money into venture funds that are going to be the follow-on to you raising money now? Back in 2022, I was at a big venture fund conference in Germany, and the word crypto came up exactly once from the stage with the word toxic next to it. No LP, no venture capitalist would touch crypto. And what did that mean? What that meant was any VC that invested in an early stage crypto company was nuts, because there was no LP that was investing in any fund that would be the next funding. Because, you raise some funding from a venture capitalist expects you to become billion-dollar company relatively quickly. You're going to need more capital. If there's no more capital available, you have a problem. Does this make sense? So one, is demand going like this? Two, is the amount of capital available going like this? Well, guess what? AI has soaked up so much money from venture capital, there's like nothing left for green tech right now. It's a problem. Then we need to think about, what are the public markets doing? Because at the end of the day, remember, so few companies become public, become liquid. Most companies that have a successful exit do it by being bought by another company. And that other company needs to explain the exit or the acquisition to their shareholders, and the public markets need to value that. So what you're looking at here, the blue line is the 10-year Treasury yield in the US, and the gray line is the valuation of high growth companies on the US stock market. And whatever you want to say about the US, which, guess what, I live in Lisbon now. Most European pension funds invest most of their money in the US because it just grows faster there. So what you're seeing here is, if high growth companies are being valued, generally speaking, lower than what are supposed to be incredibly safe, right? Treasury bonds from any government. Then why is money going to flow into companies that might acquire your startup? How is it going to be valued? This is another question that ultimately VCs need to ask when they're looking at your company and they're looking into the future. Now, if, for example, you're doing a defense tech company or a dual use company, they'll probably go, well, you know what? Europe has to take care of its own defense, so chances are there's going to be a whole bunch of new defense companies in Europe that are going to acquire technology from small startups in Europe, and we don't really have to worry about what the US is going to do, because the whole point of defense is it doesn't cross national boundaries. As long as there are defense companies in Europe, there will be a market for defense companies that are born in Europe. This kind of thing. Does that sort of make sense? Any questions to this point? Is it scaring you away from entrepreneurship? Or is it, hopefully, it's just giving you an idea of, if you can think through these things, you'll have a better chance of raising the capital you need to change the world in the way that you want it. The final game is the game that relates back to that cycle of raise money, invest in funds, get a return, raise more money, is where is the fund that you're talking to in its own life cycle? Because generally speaking, the life of a fund is 10 to 12 years. They raise some money. They spend about 3 to 4 years deploying that money. And then they spend the rest of the time husbanding along the investments they've made towards a return. So you, as an entrepreneur, talking to a VC when it's later in the fund's life, the chances are what you're talking to them about, even though you think you're talking to them about the company, in their minds, they're like, okay, maybe I'm going to hear a really good idea that's going to give me insight to raise my next fund, to make me look smart at a cocktail party when I'm talking to LPs for my next fund. They're trying to steal your ideas, but it's not for the reason you think. It's not because they're going to execute it themselves. It's because if they don't sound smart to LPs, they're not going to be able to raise another fund. So you always want to be talking, when you're trying to raise money, to a fund that is in the first 1 to 3 years since they closed their fund and started business. When you boil all of this down, you have to remember that VCs only invest in startups that make it easier for them to stay in their career. Regardless of the marketing, they have a job, they have a family that they have to care for, they want to get better, they want to get paid more, just like everybody else who's doing whatever they're doing. Mind you, they don't just want to invest because, trust me, there are easier ways to make money in investment than being a VC. So they do like working with startups and entrepreneurs. But at the end of the day, they do this. So what you need to know is that what VCs really want to know, despite all the marketing, is, does a startup match my fund's thesis? If everything goes right, are they working in a market that can return 3x my entire fund? Will the growth trends and the investment trends align for the next round? Because in 12 to 18 months, if everything's going reasonably well, that company's going to need more money, and it's got to come from somewhere. Can the CEO, not the team, the CEO, the person who wears that title, CEO or managing director, are they capable to sit across the table from another set of investors and bring more money into the company? And make no mistake, as technical founders, right? If you become technical founders, you do not want to be a CEO if you do not want this job. Because the job of a CEO is to bring resources into the company. That means customer revenue, investments, and talent. That's your job as CEO. Is the team self-sufficient? If you read the marketing of VCs, of accelerators, of incubators, of startup studios, we have all these things to help you. No one wants a codependent relationship. They want teams who are self-sufficient. And they need to be thinking about when they go to a cocktail party and they start talking to LPs, will the LPs think that this investment is cool, or will they think that this investment is crazy, boring, stupid, whatever? So here are your non-negotiables for fundraising. You have to become a world-class storyteller if you are not one already. This is a human business. You get to use all the AI tools, right? But you're trying to convince someone that you can change the world, that you can change the way the world works. And you're convincing people, not algorithms. So you have to become a great storyteller. The best stories are not about technology. The best stories are about customers and how you've changed customers' lives. Your technology is only the means to an end, and it's how you change lives. You have to learn to research investors so you know who they are before you reach out to them. Otherwise, you're burning your time at best. You're embarrassing yourself at worst. You need to learn to use AI tools. And again, if you ask me in the LinkedIn post I'm going to give you, to craft great materials that make the lives quick and easy for the VCs. You have to pitch not what you're going to spend the money on, but what you're going to achieve. What risks are you going to take off the table? We're going to dive into this in a minute. And at the end of the day, the greatest motivation for any investor is that they're going to lose a great investment. So as entrepreneurs, our biggest point of leverage is fear of missing out. We want to control the timeline in which we are raising funds so that investors feel like they're going to lose out if they don't act. Okay. So, do you have any questions about all of that? Because that was the mind of an investor. That was only 35 years of experience in, what were we, 12 minutes? 20 minutes? Or we can move on to some other stuff.
You have a question. Okay, but I can start and then we'll go to your question. Well, Mike, when we hear you, it seems somehow a little bit scary because these VC guys, they are super aggressive. They are focused on making their money. They want a certain timing. They want you to make their portfolio to increase the value more than 3x. What about bootstrap? Are VCs the only way to get my startup to be successful? Why recently bootstrap is being talked like the new way of doing it, and forget the VCs because they are only focused on their money and they are not strategic partners to you? How would you answer to this?
I love the question, and now is a better time than any time in history to bootstrap. You and I we've had some of this conversation before. And if you bootstrap effectively, then the VCs are really going to chase you. But here's what I want you. Does everyone know what we mean when we say bootstrap? Right? Bootstrap means you don't go raise money from investors. It means you raise money from customers, right? You actually build the thing without having raised any money from investors because customers are writing you checks.
Yeah, so let me just add something. Typically, you can go to friends, family, and fools, the 3 Fs at the beginning, so you get some initial money for your startup. And then, if you don't want VCs, you say, no, I'm going to keep my business. I'm going to grow them with my customers. I'm going to do some strategic partnerships, but I won't need VCs in my investment. This is bootstrap, okay?
Well, it's not only VCs. It's not family offices. It's not, right? I'm not selling
Financial
any
fund.
equity of my company. I'm going to build my business based on revenue, maybe some bank debt, but no one's going to own a piece of my company. The reason it is the best time ever to do that is because we all have the ability to get AI to do most of our work for us now, right? And if I put this in historical context, when we moved from, does everyone know what I mean when I say Web 1.0 to Web 2.0? Okay, the big no. Yes, no, yes, some? Web 1.0, Web 2.0? No, okay. Does everyone know what Amazon Web Services is? Have you heard this name before? Okay. That was invented around the same time as something called Google. It came a little bit after, and Facebook and Instagram. When you take these things in aggregate, those are Web 2 technologies. And what they basically did was, if you're talking about the compute power of Amazon Web Services, is it meant as a startup, you didn't have to build your own data center in order to run your company. You could rent a data center from Amazon, which meant that the capital you needed to start a business did this. Similarly, with Google or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or whatever, I don't have to buy billboards and magazine ads. I can get them online off of these tools. I can find customers that way, or I can find them on LinkedIn. So what happened in the move from Web 1.0 to Web 2.0 was the average startup in Web 1.0 adjusted probably needed $2 to $3 million, euros, pounds, just to prove that it could build a product, right? Because it had to buy computers and put them in a network, in a cage, and connect them to the internet, and then it had to buy billboards to drive first customers and all of these things. So it needed a lot of capital to prove something. And that number went from millions to maybe hundreds of thousands or even less when you had Amazon Web Services and all these online marketing avenues in Web 2.0. Well, AI means that if you have a little bit of spark and a little bit of curiosity, now you not only don't need cages of stuff and even all these web services, you also don't need people other than yourself. My nephew, who's the same age as a bunch of you, he built, right? This was a kid, super troubled during high school, right? Had a lot of problems, dropped out for a while, went back to junior college, decided he liked math, started taking very advanced math classes, discovered coding, was talking to one of his dad's friends who had a problem with mining regulatory databases. His dad's friend was a regulatory consultant. And so he coded up some AI agents to mine these regulatory databases. And all of a sudden he found himself making $10,000 a month where the agents were doing all of the work. Then he got into UCSB, one of the UC schools, and with this thing that he coded, which then he went and sold to a couple more, so now this kid's making $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a month, and his agents are doing all of the work, right? He applied to Y Combinator, which is the best accelerator in the world. He didn't get in. He applied again. He didn't get in. It's like, I wonder what I'm missing, right? I went and talked to Uncle Mike. I showed him my pitch. I said, this is good, but look, you don't have any experience with startups. Maybe you should get some experience with startups. He's like, okay. He called every single Y Combinator CEO over and over again until he ended up with 3 internships at the same time And he's not doing any of the coding work. He's got agents doing the coding work.
Clever guy.
Crazy. In any case, if you want to think about it from the economics perspective, right? What that means is in a world that is post-Web 1.0, post-Web 2.0, you can scale a business without any investment at all because you can rent not just the coding and the distribution, but the workers as well. And for you, by not raising capital, you can get to a $5 or $10 million a year business without selling any equity and maybe never exit it. And I guarantee you at your age, if you build a $5 million a year business that just keeps going, right? Your name's going to be up there with Mello. You're going to be paying for a new auditorium when you don't sell a piece of your business. So bootstrapping is a great way to go. And when you know a game like this about VCs, because when they figure out how much money you're making, someone's going to come a knocking and they're going to want to buy your business or they're going to want to invest in your business. Now you have the ability to negotiate and decide, do I want to keep my business? Or it's like, I'm doing $5 million a year at 95% gross margins. Yeah, your offer of 20 million? No. Let's talk about 200 million. Let's talk about 2 billion. Bootstrapping's great.
That's really interesting. Well, maybe not for now, but maybe in the future, we'll see VCs coming back to the traditional private equity and traditional businesses because they have more difficulties with AI or some new technology adoption. Hey, they will have to turn themselves to other opportunities to put their money in.
I've got a client who just raised $30 million from a traditional VC fund to go acquire auditing firms in the Middle East.
That's incredible.
That he's going to automate with AI.
That's incredible. Okay, let's move on. We had a question up there.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I had a question from your previous slide because you mentioned that we want a strict timeline for investments and to sell the idea that it is now or never, kind of. But then I got confused because don't we kind of always want money? Would we say no to an investment if they try to invest outside of that window?
So to get the best deal for the amount of your company that you want to sell now, let's say you need to go from argument's sake, right? You're making $10,000 a month today. And for you to raise not the money you need now, but the next round, you need $2 million a month, right? You need to be getting $2 million a month. To go from 10,000 to 2 million a month, you believe you need 2 million in investment. That's actually a very good deal. Okay. That says, right, you know how to use your AI agents and all this kind of stuff. So you have the proof that if someone were to pour 2 million on you, within 12 months, you can be at your 2 million. Great. So people are going to come to you, and you're going to say, we're not ready to raise yet. Yeah, we're talking. I'd love to get to know you a bit because I want to be very selective about who I'm inviting into my company. What are you going to be able to do to help me? Who are some of the other entrepreneurs that you've invested with? Because I'd like to know what their experience has been. So you're sort of playing a little bit coy, right? My company's going pretty well. I'm not ready to raise yet, but I would love to get to know you, right? And now you've built, this is part of the research that you're doing into who might be the right investor, who might be the ideal investor profile. You're building your own database about investors. And then great time is usually around November. Beginning of November is one time of year. You call the 5 out of 50 investors that you've met and say, starting January 5th, we will be opening our round. I'm booking meetings now. When would you like to meet? And you're compressing all of your meetings, if you can, into a single week. Why are you doing that? Because then you're controlling the timeline, not them controlling the timeline. Because it takes the investors a certain amount of time to do all of their stuff. You've already built beautiful materials. You've already gotten to know all the investors, but you're compressing the time that they have to interact with you around doing a transaction. Does that make more sense? Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Other questions? Okay. So I'm not going to belabor this one. I'm going to go super quick because you can go kind of read it yourself. And I want to get to the other bit first, especially, wow, I spent more time than I thought. Sorry. Hang on one second. I'm really sorry. I just want to double check when I'm supposed to be back in Comp-Tariq. Okay, good. So 5 things go into an ideal investor profile. The thesis fit, which helps you qualify who's even likely to say yes. And you use this to filter what we call a long list. So you might find a giant list of investors. You can find them online. There's some tools that I can share with you that are completely freely available that will say, find me all the investors that invest in early stage mechanical engineering startups, right? And based on thesis fit, they invest in early stage, they write first checks into companies in Iberia that are founded by students. You can go from a list of thousands down to a list of maybe 100, right? And there's a bunch of parameters that you can feed to tools like this, or that will be in your spreadsheet. Then you want to think about the fund characteristics that helps you assess how do they behave and operate. And it helps you assess how likely this particular fund is to move and how quickly. Because, for example, let's say you're doing something in health tech or in property, security for property, right? Well, Fidelidad has a venture fund. Corporate venture funds are an interesting source of capital, but corporate venture funds move slowly, whereas regular early stage funds tend to move more quickly. So you can assess based on the size of the fund and how many partners are there and what their process is. And this is something that makes you stand out when you get that call. Hey, we'd like to talk to you about investing in your company. Oh, that's so cool. Tell me more about your fund. How do you work? What's your process? When did you close your fund? You get to ask these questions, and instantly you are raising the bar in their minds for what kind of entrepreneur you are. You get to ask questions about what is the strategic value add? Who do they know? How do they help? How do they help you hire? How do they help you access bank debt to extend the life of your company? What kind of distribution channels do they give you access to? And this is a really interesting thing that most people don't know. I may say as an entrepreneur, I'm going to go talk to Professor Diaz Martins. Would you introduce me to investors? And he may know some, But investors don't give a crap about him compared to if it were another entrepreneur that they've already invested in. That's who they really care to get references from. If they've already put money into another entrepreneur and that entrepreneur says, you know, I met this person and they are really great, you should talk to them. That's the best reference that a good investor can ever have. So networking with other entrepreneurs is really important. And then you want to sit down. My favorite investor ever, guy from Silicon Valley, his name's Paul Santinelli, plays a mean guitar too. He reminded me of something before my first fundraise. Your relationship with your venture capitalist, right? Remember, a fund is trying to get its return in 7 to 10 years, right? 7 to 10 years. Do you know what the average marriage is in the US? How long it lasts? 5.5 years. So your relationship with your venture capitalist will last longer than the average marriage in the US. You really want to know whether you want to be in a shitty situation with the person you're going to take money from. Because I guarantee in a business where 99% of the time it fails and every entrepreneur has a disaster story or has disaster after disaster after disaster. That's why I have a job as a coach and a consigliere, is because I've seen a lot of the disasters, and my clients call me and like, Mike, how do I fire my co-founder? Mike, how do I get rid of my crappy board member? Mike, this giant customer is asking for things that'll bankrupt the company. What should we do? Right? You want to know the relationship with the investors. When you go through all of these things, including the decision, oh, look, there's an investor. She's known to be kind of an ass. She's really high maintenance. You need to spend a lot of time telling her how awesome she is. Just, that's her personality. But it's really funny when you look at all the investments that she's done, lots of other investors seem to follow her. She's kind of got a nose for great investments. You might want to take a little check from her just to create momentum in your round because you're ready to start creating FOMO. So you use this idea of an ideal investor profile regularly. This actually, as a CEO, your spreadsheet, your CRM, your database of investors, is the thing that will move with you from company to company to company if you end up doing multiple companies. This is your Rolodex, your person database, where you keep an understanding of what investors are interested in and how they behave and how they react and what do they like and what do they not like and how do they operate. This is your superpower if you're good at it. It helps you prioritize who to reach out to and when and who's just going to waste your time. I found, do you know this? Who knows about this thing that as humans, every human has a primary way they learn, either auditory, visually, or kinesthetic? I see what you're saying. I hear what you're getting at. I feel what you mean. Have you ever heard this kind of thing? I see a couple of heads going. So it's really interesting. I learned this in a workshop I took. If I were to point my AI tool, pick whichever one you want, ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever, at everything that the professor here has written, and I ask it, is he a visual, kinesthetic, or auditory learner? It can tell me with about 90% accuracy. And then as I build marketing materials and emails to try and convince him to invest in my company, I can run it through that thing. This email is going to the professor, edit it for his learning style. And it'll edit the email for his learning style. Look, professor, you're going to feel like this is the best investment you've ever worked on. And my clients who use this thing, they get like a 6 or 7% higher hit rate with using this idea. Personalize the message, right? And that helps you, all of this together, helps you build from a list of thousands, we went down to a list of hundreds, to the 7 to 10 that you actually have at the top of your list when you're ready to go, hey guys, I'm ready now. Let's set a meeting. And that's a measure of control. Make sense? Okay. So let's talk about a compelling narrative, and we're going to do it super quickly. At the end of the day, every startup is simply a collection of risks. When you start, in your mind's eye, you see the way that the world is going to be different when you're successful. And if you weren't seeing that, you probably wouldn't sacrifice a safe job to go on this crazy journey. But everyone outside of your mind only sees a basket of risks. And your job is to take those risks off the table in a certain sequence in order to either decide you want to bootstrap, or bring investors in, or bring collaborators in, or whatever, right? The stories that you tell, remember I said something about removing remarkable risk elimination. It's because you're going from ethereal to real, and your ability to communicate, we took this risk off the table in the following way. We did this thing with technology that has never been done before. It had this kind of impact. Don't you want to go along for the ride? That's the story you're going to tell over and over and over again, right? So how you present, especially to investors, is about what risks you have taken off the table already and what risks you're going to take off the table with their money. Because investment always follows risk elimination, and it is for taking the next set of risks off the table. That's why it's never for spending on marketing, spending on engineering, those are all details. It's, we prove that, I was talking to you on the walk over, and I said, one of the most interesting companies that I've ever seen was in Tunisia, where this mechanical engineering student had figured out how to print 3D printers with a 3D printer. Now that sounds kind of cool, but what was really cool was he wrote a class to teach other mechanical engineering students how to run a 3D printing service bureau that made aftermarket Mercedes parts. So he was selling lots and lots and lots of 3D printers so that these folks who had no other income and there weren't enough mechanical engineering jobs in Tunisia could basically sell parts for Mercedes, right? And what his real gig was to build enough of a distribution network to be able to build a filament factory, right? The first one in Africa. And when I asked him, why do you want to do that? He said, because China shouldn't own all the manufacturing in Africa. That was a big thinker. So point being is, you move from stage to stage of funding by taking risks off the table so that you can take the next set of risks off the table. Every investor sees tons of deals. They have a framework in their mind that makes it very quick for them to decide, should I investigate this deal further? Is it a thesis fit? Right, those questions that I gave you previously in the slides. This is one framework. This one comes from Stanford University. There are lots of others. But basically, if you ever are talking to a VC, for example, at a cocktail party, at a conference, at a whatever, you will see their eyes either engage or go glassy super quickly because they're running in their mind whether or not you hit the marks of the framework. And your ability to communicate the marks of the framework like this is your ability to stay engaged or not. keep them engaged or not. Trends is all about, is it a big enough market, right? Has to be big enough to support a company that can 3x in value and get there quickly. This is an example of a market that is not only big, but was moving very, very fast. What you are looking at is the penetration of e-commerce in the 8 weeks following COVID lockdown, right? Globally, more penetration of e-commerce in 8 weeks than in the prior 10 years. That's a market that is big and moving fast. I'm going to give you an example of this. A company that reduces e-commerce fraud had this idea, right? They were already doing this, but they said, now is probably a really good time to raise money because due to the COVID-19, e-commerce accelerated more in the last 6 months than the preceding 10 years. 76% of all online retailers, and there's independent research to cover this, say they want to use AI to reduce fraud. AI-based fraud, and this is long, obviously, pre-ChatGPT, AI-based fraud prevention saves retailers more than 30% of $100 billion a year lost to fraud. That means that there's a lot of money right now. In fact, just 1% of that fraud savings is $300 million a year. Big market, moving fast now. So they wrote an investment narrative that said this: we are the easiest way for e-commerce merchants to maintain their margins. I don't hear anything about technology. As software eats retail, most retailers cannot compete with Amazon's technology lead. Great fraud prevention maintains margins without sacrificing the customer experience. You know, I had to walk into Zara Home yesterday because I couldn't do an online purchase. That was a shitty customer experience. It's like a 2,000 euro order. Our world-class fraud management takes minutes for any merchant to implement and gets better with every transaction across every one of our customers. That's the only thing that has anything to do with technology in this narrative, right? Does that make sense to y'all? This guy raised this $205 million in like 3 weeks. He already had a company that was working and it was selling, but then he put together a narrative about why now is the perfect time to invest in what we're doing. Why there's no better time to do it. Okay, then we talk about team. And team is not where you went to university. Team is not who you used to work for. Team is about the CEO's skill at doing the CEO's key jobs: fundraising, selling, and hiring. And if you've never done it before, then what's your extracurricular activity that shows you can bring together a team and win at something? Here on campus, at sports, at whatever. Who do you have around your table, including AI bots that you've programmed? And can they get the job done? And is there proof of that? Proof of that. And can you get through hard times without depending on the VC? Let the VC sell to you how they're going to support you. What they want to know is that you can get the job done without them. Then we talk about the tech. And the tech is not patents. The tech is not the tech. The tech is the impact that your tech creates. Is there a willingness to pay for it? And why in the future will it be defensible? We talk about the traction, which changes depending on how far along you are in the company's life cycle. Is there validation and momentum? How many customers have you talked to? What have they said? Why will their life be different because of what you built? Don't be scared to talk to customers. Be desperate to talk to more customers. The best companies in the world are run by people that cannot stop talking about their customers. That's the passion that's going to drive you, is solving somebody's problem. Whether it's hunger, whether it's GDPR compliance, whether it's a clean, safe place to live, whatever it is, you have to be solving someone's problem. You have to be passionate about it. The business needs to make sense. And you need to not spend endless amounts of money figuring out if it's going to make sense. That's what burn efficiency is about. And this is what metrics look like. These metrics happen to be for a software as a service company, and admittedly, it's a little bit dated. But the point is that you, as someone running a company, need to not only be absolutely crazy about your customers, but you need to be crazy about measuring your business. That everything in your business can be measured and can be improved. One of the first indicators to a potential investor or a really quality potential employee collaborator is what we call development velocity, which is if it takes you forever to get a piece of code or a product into customers' hands, someone else is doing it faster than you. It's never going to be right the first time. You're never going to know if it's right until a customer touches it. It's going to change every time a customer sees it, gives you feedback on it, and whoever is faster at iterating a product on customer feedback is almost universally the one who wins. So can the team iterate the product based on user feedback is often the first thing. If you don't know what any of these acronyms are, got to ask your agent for some help. And then finally, there's the actual terms of your investment. The valuation, as we said very early on, is it for the investor's mind is, am I buying enough of this company that given if the company is successful as we think it could be, can it return 3x my fund? And if you don't like the valuation, you probably haven't proven enough that you deserve a better valuation. Control, almost always with VCs, and good VCs anyway, isn't about they want to take control of your company. Control is about if you get hit by a bus, what happens? And then optics, which is, will it look good when I report it to my investors and to the next group of investors? Okay. I might just make it. Open that up. It's going to go to LinkedIn. Leave a comment. And Melissa is going to send you a link to the deck. And then if you send me questions, I'm going to do my damnedest to answer. I know this sounded a little scary at times, right? But what's important is that you understand that this is a game that has rules that you can master. And if I can present you all of these rules, which frankly are almost everything you need to know, it's not all the practice that you need, but if I can present you all the rules that you need to know in less than an hour, a little more than an hour, you can master it, because look where you're sitting. It's like the finest technical university in this country, growing one of the finest in Europe. This stuff is easy compared to the stuff that you do every day. The only thing is you're going to have to decide to apply yourself to mastering this as much as the disciplines that you're learning now. And then you can run these businesses. You can fund these businesses. You can decide to fund it yourself. You can decide to raise money. It's easy stuff.
Okay, Mike. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Excellent. What an inspiration. So I wish you a great day at Inspirational Talks. Please be inspired. The course is just beginning, and see you in classes later this week. Thank you.
If there's one who smokes, it is not good to smoke here inside the park.
Got that sauce in it.
Great. So we are ready to start our new session. This is on fantastic technology, virtual reality. I know there was a lot of interest from students on this emerging technology. And we have two fantastic speakers. So we have firstly Maria Ribeiro Soares, who will do the first presentation. And then we have Lucas Gregory, who is also a professor in our course and has a shift, which has already been announced to you, those of you who are interested in this topic. So Maria, please, a warm welcome to you for do FCT.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you, Anish, for the invite. So as Anish was saying, today we're going to talk about immersive technologies. It's two presentations, so it's two different presentations in two parts. I'm going to focus more on why immersive technologies matter, but with a twist, because I also feel it's important to talk about my entrepreneurship journey. So I'm going to share some things that I normally don't share, which is how I end up working in this industry. So yeah, my name is Maria Ribeiro Soares. I'm an engineer by training. I studied electrical and computer engineer. I specialized in systems decision and control, which is basically AI and robotics. And I founded my company that I'm going to tell you about it in a second. So my company is called Immersive Studios. We create impactful VR, AR, and gamification experiences. And I'm also a board member of Euromersive, which is the European Association for Immersive Technologies. So I'm the Portuguese representative there. Besides that, I'm a guest lecturer. I speak at events. I give trainings. So this is normally the CV that I share. So whenever I'm asked to give a presentation, I just give like 3-4 points and it's done. Okay. But today I'm going to share the story behind how I end up here. So forget this, and I'm going to start the story for the beginning. So the idea here is that I was like here studying. I was finishing my master's, so I was doing electrical engineer, as I said, and I had no idea what would be the next step. I started working as a researcher at Técnicos institution. It's called INESC-ID, and I was working in AI in robotics, so it's my area. But I had a lot of questions, like I believe that you also have those now, especially if you're a student at the final year. So my question was, what am I going to do next? What is going to be the next step for me? At the time, actually, the professor that was guiding my master thesis, he wanted me to pursue a PhD. And I also had other options, right? So I could go into consulting. My friends were working at those big companies. But in my head, something, and especially in my heart, something didn't add up. So something didn't feel quite right. So this was September 2021. It wasn't so many years ago. But in life, we need to make decisions, okay? So I did, at the time, it seemed like a very stupid decision. And that was to create my own company. So why is this a stupid decision? Because I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but I had no references of people that were entrepreneurs. So I have none, like no entrepreneurs in my family. I had no one like friends or like no one that I knew that was an entrepreneur, that was a business owner. But in my head, I thought, like when you're young, sometimes, sorry, you're a bit dumb. So I thought that I could do it, okay? So I'm going to be an entrepreneur. So I'm going to forget all of those options, very safe options, and I'm going to try and be an entrepreneur. So at the time, my parents were very disappointed with me. And actually, my friends thought that I was like crazy because I was making this decision. But after 6 months of finishing my master thesis, I opened my company. So I spent 6 months trying to gain a bit money, like doing tutoring with math lessons, and trying to figure it out what would be my company. So what is, how do I build a company? What is a company about? And then after around 6 months, I created Digital Thunder. So at the time we were working with, well, I say we, at the time it was just me, right? But I was working with websites, I was creating automations for companies, but I was not just working with small companies. I started working with bigger ones. So actually, since the beginning, the company was totally profitable, which was a surprise for me because I had no idea how to run a company. And after a few months, one of the people that are in my team, our designer, joined me. So now we were 2 people, and I was running this company. And then suddenly I had an invite, or a client asked me a question. So a lot of times we have opportunities in our life, but we cannot even recognize them, right? And this was a pivotal point in my life when the client asked me a question that I'm going to tell you in a second. But this was a pivotal point in my life because this was actually an opportunity. So when I was, I can say your age, most of you, I think you're master's students, right? So when I was after like 20, I was like 24 or 25, I had one of my clients ask me if I could do a virtual reality experience. Now, I was just doing websites, I was doing programming, I was coding, and I thought for a second, and then I said, yes. But here's the catch. I didn't know how to do this virtual reality experience. So then again, it's not a very bright answer to give when you don't know how to code or how to create this experience. But I said, okay, I can do it. I'm going to figure it out. So I just did it. So how many of you think that this was a prideful or an intelligent decision? You can raise your hands, like saying yes. Okay, I said yes. So I didn't know how to do this, but I said yes. Okay. How many people? Raise your hands. Okay, you don't need to support my stupid decisions. It's okay. Well, it wasn't a very brightful decision at the time because I didn't know how to do it. But I said, no, Maria, you're an engineer. You're going to figure this out. So I did. So at the time, no ChatGPT, just me and my brain. I Googled, well, there weren't a lot of resources, virtual reality resources, but I Googled, I searched in books, I saw YouTube videos, and I managed to master the programming language that is used to create these experiences, and also the game engine that it was needed to create these experiences. And on the deadline, it was there, my first virtual reality experience. So this is what I did. It had 360 videos, but everything was interactable. We actually had a module where you could have a tutorial and then you could train by practicing, and then you had a small challenge. But this was not any client. This is New Holland. It's one of the biggest brands of tractors in Europe. It's part of Fiat Group. So I said yes, and I couldn't mess this up. But at the deadline, the experience was there. It worked. And it fulfilled its purpose. So the idea here is that they wanted to train their partners on very specific tasks regarding their tractors. So tractors are very expensive. The minimum value of tractors is like 100K, and it goes up to $500,000 or even more. So they wanted to have a way of training people without having the trainer there. And the way they were doing at the time, it was like what I'm doing now. So They would do a presentation showing the buttons that the partners need to click inside the tractor because it's very similar to a cockpit of an airplane. So nowadays, tractors have a ton of software. But yeah, I did this. And when I did this, I thought, oh my God, how is it possible that you actually deliver this? And something changed in my mind. For 1 second, I thought, okay, actually, this is a great opportunity. I realized the impact of immersive technologies, and I realized that virtual reality is not just a technology. This could actually have a purpose for other sectors. And besides that, I thought, I'm glad that you said yes. Okay. Saying yes, and this was a learning, saying yes, it's really important. Then, of course, you need to match the challenge, and you need to work your ass off to actually fulfill what you say that you're going to do. But saying yes whenever you have the opportunity, identify that opportunity and do it. So after a few months, oh, I think I have, okay. But after a few months, I started thinking, what if I started working in this industry? But now, just for common ground, I'm going to explain to you what Lucas is also explaining afterwards, I think. So I'm going to explain to you what are we talking about today. So the industry that we work in, it's called extended reality. So we use 3 different immersive technologies. On one side, we work with augmented reality. On the other side, virtual reality. And then you also heard of mixed reality, I think. So this is actually a spectrum. As you have the spectrum of light, there's the spectrum of extended reality. So on one side, you have VR, and everything that you see inside these VR experiences are generated by a computer, okay? So whenever you enter a VR experience, you're probably wearing some headsets, and the elements that are inside that environment are virtual, right? And then you have augmented reality on the other side. So we use these virtual elements and we superimpose them in the real world. Examples that we're going to see, but Pokemon Go and social media filters. And in the middle, we have mixed reality. So it's really similar to augmented reality, but it has an interactivity layer. Okay? So just a common ground for us. And a few examples. So have anyone here played Pokemon Go? Okay, so you are playing an augmented reality game, okay? For the virtual reality experience, as I was saying, you need the headsets, and then for the mixed reality, you can interact with the elements in real time. But okay, I thought about, so this was just a parenthesis, continuing the story. I thought about the impact of immersive technologies. And I started searching not only about virtual reality, but also about augmented reality and mixed reality. And I started realizing the impact of these technologies. So this immersion component that immersive technologies have, they cannot be delivered by other type of technologies. And this changes everything. The way we learn, the way we create, the way we can collaborate, and much more. So at the time, my company was doing good. It was doing well, actually. It was profitable, as I said, and we were raising more clients. But the problem was, it wasn't mentally stimulating, okay? So at that point, you already know about me that I was researching in AI and robotics, and this seemed something that it was not so stimulating. So now I started thinking, what if I can do a pivot? I think a few slides are missing, but okay. What if I do a pivot? What if I create another company, or if I change the focus of this company and I go into immersive technologies? So this was actually a decision that had a lot of impact on my company, but I did it, okay? Okay, but about the impact of immersive technologies. Now that we work in immersive technologies, there's one of the areas that we focus a lot is education. So as you're going to see, immersive learning is a fantastic way to learn. So imagine all of those very hard concepts that you're trying to learn, and you can actually learn it in real time. For example, history, you could be on that specific moment and you can learn with, I don't know, like kings and queens, or you can see an earthquake experience here in Portugal. It's completely different, the rate of retention of learning with immersive technologies. So this was actually a solution that we created. It was last year at Immersive. It was something that was created for a European project. So just for you to understand the impact of virtual reality. So the idea here is that they hire us as the tech provider for the European project. So they wanted to teach secondary students how to take care of their aquaponics system. Now, I don't know if you ever heard of aquaponics, but I never did before this project. So aquaponics is actually a system that is made of fish and plants. And it's a closed system. So basically the fish releases substance that helps the plants to thrive and vice versa. But there's a catch, right? So whenever there's a variable that is wrong, for example, the temperature of the water, or if the students give too much food to the fish, boom, the system is going to die in a few days, okay? So they wanted the professors wanted to teach students to take care of this system and take care of all of this, manage all of these variables of the system. So what we created in virtual reality was, well, we focus, of course, on the tutorial, we focus on the training, but then we created a gamification challenge inside the virtual reality solution where they could learn in real time that if they not feed the fish, for example, something is going to happen later on the day, and they needed to make sure that the system survived for a full day. So this is, of course, a simple example, but it's an example on how to turn complex subjects, as I was saying, into immersive experiences that can help not only students, but actually everyone to really grasp a concept and understand it with virtual reality. So talking about the impact, continue to talk about the impact, there are other sectors that can benefit from immersive technologies. So as a board member of Euroimmersive, I'm actually involved in this report. The idea is that it maps the Portuguese ecosystem of immersive technologies. It's called Portugal XR Report. And it was released in November, the last report. And it showed that the top 3 areas where we Portuguese are creating solutions for with immersive technologies is education. So it would be like the examples that I show you, but also corporate learning. So teaching, for example, on a company, how to use a given equipment, how to, for example, the onboarding or the training of the company being made in virtual reality. And also entertainment and media and culture and heritage. So Europe calls this, it's basically everything that is related to culture. So museums, experiences that are related, for example, to the country history. So just for you to have a sense of a few sectors that can be impacted with this technology. But yeah, now it's good. So turning back to the story, I was thinking of doing the pivot, okay? So pivoting, so you know what a pivot is, right? Okay. Whenever you have a solution or you have a product and you start understanding that maybe the market is going on the other side, or maybe you could have, I don't know, a better opportunity if you change the focus or the track of your company, we call that a pivot. So I took Digital Thunder and I said, okay, this is going great. but let's just pivot and turn this into an XR company, into an immersive technology company. So I actually did it. And after a year of creating my company, I pivoted into what became Immersive Studios. And at the time, another learning is that it's not just creating a company, you need to have a very good value proposition, okay? So at the time, I was not quite sure of what I was going to do. Are we going to focus just in augmented reality? Are we going to focus just in virtual reality? Or metaverses? Are we going to create digital worlds for companies, for example? So I had a lot of questions in my head because I was in the industry already, but I just made a very sharp decision, a very sharp turn in my company's life. So after that, I thought, okay, Maria, another not so brightful decision. So after pivoting, actually my company was failing. And when I say failing, I'm of course talking about money financially, okay? It's the basis of a company. So turns out that it's not just deciding to have a good value proposition or to gain clients. You actually need to sell the solutions that you're creating. And I thought, maybe I need to start looking for a job. And this is me, the company owner, okay? Maybe I need to think of actually working in my industry, so electrical engineering. So 2023 was a horrible year. We didn't got into that, but we were like almost into that. But the year was finishing. And the only thing that I think that I did very well in that year is that I decided that whenever I was stressful, whenever I was stressed, I would run. So in 2023, I ran for almost 11 days. So this is what is called like running away from your problems. So whenever I was stressed, I would run because run is free, right? I didn't have to spend any money, but especially because I needed to find a balance of how to come up with solutions for questions that I didn't know how to solve. But yeah, in 2024, something changed. So there's a few concepts that I want to, besides of course the technical ones, a few concepts that I want to share with you. So in companies or with new technologies, we talk a lot about blue oceans and red oceans. So red ocean would be a market that is oversaturated. So for example, if I work in marketing or if I create a marketing agency, it's probably a saturated market. But if I go into a very innovative technology like immersive technologies, it's a blue ocean. So on the blue ocean, you're probably not seeing anyone or you're just seeing like few people. But there's a problem when you're working in blue oceans, because you don't know what work for other people, okay? So you don't know what is the story of success to actually thrive in that industry. So I was, and I am on the blue ocean still. So something had to change, and it changed in 2024. Whenever we work with innovative technologies like emergent technologies, there's always a catch. So we need to educate our clients. We need to explain what I explained to you briefly. What is the impact of this technology? What can this company get in terms of benefits? Because it's not so obvious, I can tell you. And not everyone is going to be on the same page and understand the impact of the technology. So in 2024, I don't know why, maybe it was Mark Zuckerberg or Meta or whatever, something changed. The clients already knew what augmented reality was. They knew what virtual reality was. They knew what a metaverse was. So whenever I was talking to the clients, they already had the basis knowledge of what I was going to talk to them. So we changed. We started getting a few clients. We actually got our first office, a proper office, and the team grew a bit. And this is the message as an entrepreneur that I want to share to you, but because there's a message here that actually helped me to go from that dark place in 2023 to go to a much better one now in 2026. So as entrepreneurs, and I'm guessing that a few of you want to be an entrepreneur, the idea is that you're not just building a company or you're not just building a product. Even if you're the tech guy, if you're the founder, you need to communicate. You need to explain exactly and know how to talk with people. And I'm an engineer, so I know what I'm talking about, okay? You need to explain in very simple terms and be capable of convincing other people that your product or your solution is better than your competitors, okay? So if you learned something with me, this is the message. Your ability to communicate and to actually explain complex ideas simply, it's the real value of you as an entrepreneur. Of course, you can have a great solution. Of course, you can have a great problem, a great product, and I wish you have. But the idea is that we all know a few products that are very simple, but that they work. They're solving real problems, right? And that's what you should try and do with your company or with your product or your solution, okay? But first, you need to learn how to communicate that. Especially if you're working on these blue ocean industries, you need to be always ready to pitch, right? You need to be ready to pitch to clients, ready to pitch to investors, and you need to change and adapt your speech. So I did a lot of things wrong, but I did one thing right. I started to build in public, okay? So I started to telling people, well, not just people, but like journalists and also on the startup ecosystem, that, hey, I'm building an immersive tech company. So look at me. This is going to happen. This is the future. Immersive tech, straight out of Portugal. Immersive Studios is going to be the pioneer here. So this is free, okay? I didn't pay for any of this news, and we have much more, but I got media coverage. So I went to TV, I went to the journals, I went to newspapers, and I spoke at events, and I also participated in podcasts and panels, and I show up and I said, hey, look at me, I'm building this. And everyone that gave me an opportunity to be there at a podcast, at a talk, at a panel, helped me build my company. So whenever I got media or news, Immersive Studios was growing. And then last year came up, we got a bigger office. We're 5 people, well, now we're 6 people. We still had a lot of problems last year, but the company grew in terms, like, I couldn't even imagine how we could grow up to this point. I was actually lucky to win last year, very grateful to win an award called Young Entrepreneurship, Young Entrepreneur Award, alongside other very good entrepreneurs. And now this is my normal, okay? Because I took that step, because I took that opportunity of speaking, of showing up, of saying, hey, I'm building this company. Now I do this for a living. So besides my company, I speak at events, I give lectures, I give talks. So I feel it's really important that you get out of your office or your college or whatever when you're building your product, and you show up and you say, look, I'm building this. This is my solution. Go to your clients or potential clients. Go to your potential audience. Talk in front of them, because you're going to understand what are the problems of your solution, but you're actually, people are going to get to know you. And whenever people get to know you, they can help you. Of course, you can also help them. This is the idea of good karma, right? But they can help you. And I got a lot of opportunity, especially to my company, just because I showed up. So I end up creating, yes, immersive studios. And then because all of this media coverage happened, I was invited to be a board member of Immersive, which is the European Association for Immersive Technologies. So there are representatives of each country, and I'm the youngest board member, and I'm the Portuguese representative there. So now we're Immersive Studios with a new look, a new branding. And this is us. So we already developed more than 35 solutions. We have very big clients like Samsung, Ibish, Europcar, recently Volkswagen as well. So everything changed. And these are a few of our partners and our clients. So everything changed just because I said yes to one opportunity. So you still remember, I said that I could code that virtual reality experience. So everything that followed was because I said yes to that opportunity. So if I can teach you something today, is be open to these opportunities. You're in no place to refuse opportunities because you probably don't know what your next step is, as I didn't know. But there's not a liability. That's actually a good thing because whenever you don't know what your next step is, the possibilities are infinite, right? So you need to be aware of these opportunities and you need to say yes more often. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. There were lots of words of wisdom. I was expecting that you're going to speak about VR, but you told about much more, which is much more important for our students, because that's always in the minds of students that entrepreneurship is something that is very fearful. You don't know where you are going.
Yes.
You're very lost. And you shared your story, and you also at the end gave an inspiration of how you turned it around.
Yeah.
So that was really great. We will open up for one question before we move, and then if we have time, we'll come back to you.
If you have any questions or want to send me a message, or I also mentor students, so if you want, you can just send me a message on LinkedIn, and I promise I'll respond.
Great, thank you. So questions, I see lots of hands raised.
Okay, well, I want to thank you, first of all, for the talk. I think it was really good. You've talked about with your past with AI and now your present work with the immersive experiences. And my question is if there are experiences in the market or in developing that involve both. Like, I think it would be a nice experience to have users actively change what they can see with generative AI, for example.
You're actually describing the products we're launching this year. So I didn't go into depth, of course, because we have a limited time. And I thought, what is the most value that I can give it to you? And I think it's this. So telling the story that no one tells, because we always tell the story of, oh yeah, I'm an electrical engineer, I'm a board member, I'm whatever. But that's not the real story, right? The story was ups and downs and like very lows. So I wanted to share that. But yes, specifically, if I would give the pitch of Immersive Studios, we're launching a product this year where our clients can activate this experience and personalize it with AI, but also immersive technologies. Yeah. So, yeah.
Another question, just one more question. Okay. No one else? Raise your hand if...
So you can ask about anything. I think Lucas is going to focus more on VR, but if you have a very specific question about, I don't know, like being an entrepreneur or...
Okay, I think we can move on to the next presentation then, and in the end, we'll come back if there are any more questions to both of you.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. We can make you.
That water I can drink.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna show them some videos and
Okay. It was perfect. Very perfectly well timed. And I didn't know about your story. It was really interesting to hear this.
Difficult journey. Yeah. But I'm guessing. So they're all of them, or most of them, or all of them. Yeah, so I think it's
Alô, 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 alô. O homem consegue baixar um pouquinho aqui? Foi? Estão me ouvindo? Alô? Estão me ouvindo? Alô, alô? Alô? Posso falar? Olá, pessoal, tudo bem? Boa tarde. A apresentação vai ser em português, porém os slides estão em inglês. Então, prazer, meu nome é Lucas Gregory. Eu sou eu vim lá do Brasil, vim diretamente de Curitiba, lá no sul do Brasil. Eu, da mesma forma que nem a Maria, também estou nesse mundo do empreendedorismo, com as tecnologias imersivas, já faz um bom tempo, aí, desde 2018. Em 2018 eu me formei nesse curso chamado Expressão Gráfica, é um curso lá do Brasil que envolve essas tecnologias 3D. Justamente por conta disso, eu tive a oportunidade do final, na minha graduação, de abrir uma startup. Já vou falar um pouco mais sobre isso. Em sequência, comecei um mestrado em engenharia de manufatura, sou professor também de algumas disciplinas de realidade virtual. Estou, no momento, fazendo meu doutorado em design. Justamente esse é o motivo de eu estar aqui na Nova. Estou passando um tempo aqui na Nova, fazendo uma parte da minha pesquisa com o professor Thiago Silva, do Departamento de Engenharia Mecânica, onde eu estudo um pouco mais sobre como que a gente conecta essa tecnologia com treinamentos, principalmente na etapa de como que você constrói essas experiências. Então, minha pesquisa está sendo nessa área. Sou pesquisador também do ACCIT. A ACCIT é um dos maiores laboratórios da América Latina de tecnologias imersivas. Inclusive, essa camiseta que eu estou usando hoje é desse laboratório. E eu vim falar também um pouco da minha jornada, como que eu passei do mundo acadêmico para o mundo do empreendedorismo. Eu, como comentei, no final do meu curso, tive essa ideia de utilizar a tecnologia da realidade virtual para resolver um problema da construção civil. Então, por conta disso, me deram a oportunidade de fazer um curso muito similar ao curso que vocês estão fazendo lá no Brasil, onde eu consegui transformar essa minha ideia no modelo de negócio. Justamente por conta disso, Esse curso, no final do curso, ele te dá a oportunidade, todos os alunos das pós-graduações, boa parte dos alunos das pós-graduações, podem apresentar num evento grande que tem esse modelo de negócio com pitch e concorrer, né, ter uma certa competição entre os alunos. E justamente por conta disso, uma empresa viu o meu modelo de negócio, o que eu apresentei nesse evento. Tive até um espaço onde eu pude mostrar o projeto, né, com óculos de realidade virtual, e essa empresa era a Volvo do Brasil, uma empresa de caminhões. Eles tinham uma demanda na época, lá em 2018, que era com capacitações, então tinha um certo processo que eles perceberam que os métodos tradicionais não estavam resolvendo. Então eles perguntaram se eu conseguia resolver esse problema deles com essa tecnologia. Foi aí que surgiu a oportunidade de eu abrir uma empresa, né, para resolver esse problema específico da Volvo. Então, me juntei com professores, essa vantagem até que vocês têm, né, de ter vários professores da área de empreendedorismo para vocês consultarem, pedirem ajuda. Então, eu me juntei com outros 2 professores da universidade, mais outra sócia, para abrir uma empresa, com foco, nesse primeiro momento, resolver o problema da Volvo, mas, né, em sequência, né, trabalhar resolvendo problemas utilizando as tecnologias imersivas. Então, esse é um vídeo que a gente fez até em 2019. No começo, a gente estava incubado dentro da própria universidade, a universidade cedeu um espaço para a gente. Em sequência, a gente até conseguiu ir para um espaço maior, contratar mais gente, mas foi bem assim no começo da universidade, até perceber que o óculos é um óculos mais antigo, óculos que vinha com cabo, computador, já a tecnologia está muito mais avançada. O que está aparecendo agora, esse vídeo aí foi o primeiro treinamento que a gente desenvolveu para a Volvo. E foi a partir desse projeto, né, que a gente desenvolveu mais projetos para essa empresa e outras empresas. E eu venho hoje trazer aqui alguns cases, né, que a gente desenvolveu e conectar com o empreendedorismo, né? Como que chega um problema para a gente e como que a gente pensa numa solução. Eu vou falar primeiramente do setor industrial, como que o XR, né? O XR, quando eu falo XR, é a realidade estendida, que até a Maria comentou, né? A junção de todas as tecnologias. Como que mas hoje eu vou falar especificamente mais da realidade virtual. Como que a realidade virtual, ela está redefinindo, né, a forma da gente trabalhar e aprender. Essa tecnologia já tem vários estudos que comprovam, né, a efetividade dela na capacitação, na educação. Então, você tem um custo, você consegue ter um custo muito reduzido, né, quando você experimenta um produto de forma virtual ao invés do produto físico. Você tem, quando a gente fala de aprendizado, um engajamento muito maior dos estudantes quando utilizam essa tecnologia. Então, por você estar de uma forma imersiva, interativa, né, aprendendo algo, consequentemente, você consegue aumentar o engajamento e também você consegue reduzir custos. Então, uma tecnologia dessa comparada com métodos não tradicionais, ela pode, de fato, reduzir custos. E quando a gente fala de negócio, né, a gente está falando também de dinheiro. Então, são vários benefícios, né, que esse tipo de tecnologia oferece. Acho que vocês já viram, né, provavelmente algo similar. E ela pode também ajudar no processo, né, uma tecnologia que ela pode ajudar no processo da criação. Então, um engenheiro, um designer consegue colocar um óculos desse na cabeça e prototipar de forma rápida. Você tem um aumento de produtividade da empresa, porque quando a gente fala de capacitação, às vezes a gente não precisa parar a fábrica para capacitar, para treinar essas pessoas. E também uma escalabilidade. Então, você tem o mesmo treinamento, porque a realidade virtual é um software, você instala um software no óculos ou no computador. E esse software, mesmo software, você pode instalar em N óculos, né? Então, se você tem uma empresa global, né, você consegue escalonar de uma forma fácil esse tipo de solução. O primeiro exemplo que eu quis trazer para vocês foi um simulador de empilhadeira, que a gente desenvolveu para a Volvo do Brasil. E qual que era o problema? Qual que era o desafio que chegou para a gente? Era a complacência e os hábitos que os operadores de empilhadeira eles tinham, justamente por eles serem já operadores experientes, operadores mais velhos, operadores que já vieram de outras empresas com certos hábitos. Por exemplo, passar do limite de velocidade com a empilhadeira, andar com a empilhadeira com os garfos levantados, esquecer de buzinar. São pequenas coisas que os operadores não tinham essa percepção do risco que poderia causar. E se um instrutor, né, ou um coordenador visse esse operador cometendo esses pequenos erros, né, ele tinha que, né, dar uma advertência e, consequentemente, às vezes, uma reciclagem. Né? Então, esse operador tinha que ir para uma sala de aula, um instrutor tinha que ir lá, ficar dando, né, hoje os métodos tradicionais, ligar um PowerPoint, ficar só os dois numa sala de aula por horas, né, e muitas das vezes não tinha mais efetividade, porque o operador não queria estar ouvindo aquilo, ou o instrutor também não queria estar ali naquele momento. Então, você tem uma redução, um alto custo operacional, né, que às vezes não era tão efetivo, né, que são 2 funcionários parados justamente por conta disso. Qual que foi a solução que a gente propôs, então, que a gente encontrou para esse problema? Utilização das tecnologias imersivas. Então, a ideia era desenvolver um simulador em realidade virtual, né, que o operador, né, quando tivesse que passar com esse processo de reciclagem, ele entraria, né, nessa sala, que vocês podem perceber, tem um volante, né, como se fosse um volante de videogame mesmo. Então, a gente sempre tenta fazer uma solução do maior baixo custo, né, porque às vezes você não precisa de uma coisa super complexa para resolver o problema. E ele sentava e passava por vários níveis, né? Já vou até mostrar um videozinho para vocês, mas a ideia era que seja um treinamento guiado, então tinha um assistente virtual e tinha uma análise dos resultados dele em relação a essa capacitação. Então, a gente conseguia avaliar, o instrutor não precisa estar junto, ele recebe por e-mail todas essas informações, e é uma forma de você melhorar a percepção disso, porque a gente fala de realidade virtual, ele está com óculos, ele se sente dirigindo uma empilhadeira. Então, a gente consegue ter um foco maior, ter uma retenção de conhecimento maior e simular situações de risco, né? Então, se ele comete um erro lá, cai uma prateleira, ele não vai se machucar na realidade virtual, mas ele vai entender o risco, né, que pode acontecer dependendo do que ele comete na empresa.
Imagine treinar sua equipe em um ambiente seguro e controlado, sem os custos e riscos associados ao mundo real. Com a tecnologia da Ion VR, seus funcionários podem aprender e praticar em cenários realistas de maneira eficiente, desde a operação de máquinas complexas até a execução de procedimentos de segurança críticos. Nosso treinamento permite que eles enfrentem situações desafiadoras e inesperadas, garantindo que estejam preparados para qualquer eventualidade. Treinamentos operacionais com realidade virtual têm menos custos do que aqueles realizados em ambiente concreto, além de trazerem melhor retenção de conteúdo e desenvolverem maior eficiência no ambiente de trabalho. Além disso, no final de cada sessão de treinamento, você obtém acesso a um painel de análise completo que permite acompanhar o progresso de cada funcionário, visualizando erros, tempos e acertos de cada um. Com esses insights, você pode personalizar o treinamento, focando nas áreas que mais precisam de aprimoramento.
Então, como vocês perceberam, qual que é o produto que foi desenvolvido, mas eu gosto também de falar um pouco dos bastidores disso. Como é que você desenvolve algo assim, um simulador de empilhadeira? Então, pensando até no design research, uma das melhores formas de você entender um problema e pensar numa solução é você vivenciar. Então, eu tive, né, como vocês podem perceber ali na foto, eu tive que dirigir uma empilhadeira, não só dirigir, tive que aprender a dirigir uma empilhadeira, fiz um curso de 2 semanas de empilhadeirista, fiquei acompanhando os operadores de empilhadeira, né, no dia a dia, para entender como de fato eles cometem esses pequenos erros, para construir essa experiência, porque a gente constrói uma experiência, desenha essa experiência da forma mais instrucional possível. A ideia é que a gente está capacitando essa pessoa, está ensinando essa pessoa. Então, é muito importante você vivenciar esses problemas. Né? Então, normalmente, quando a gente fala de realidade virtual, como a gente quer simular o que é real, a gente quer simular o que, de fato, a pessoa vai viver no dia a dia dela, a gente tem que tentar chegar o mais próximo disso. Então, de volta, está dizendo, né, os benefícios desse tipo de tecnologia comparado com métodos tradicionais. Eu bato muito nessa tecla para mostrar a importância disso, né, da questão da efetividade do aprendizado, você tem mais foco, você tem mais confiança, você tem mais engajamento, você reduz riscos, né, ao próprio funcionário, à empresa, você consegue simular situações de risco, e que eu deixo aqui aberto para vocês é pensarem no dia a dia de vocês, onde que vocês acham que a realidade virtual ela poderia auxiliar, né, no processo que vocês hoje, né, utilizam métodos tradicionais. Pode ser até na educação, no aprendizado de vocês, que aula que vocês tiveram ainda na universidade, que a realidade virtual poderia ser uma tecnologia para melhorar a experiência de vocês, né? Isso é importante lembrar que a gente está pivotando para esse universo, né, imersivo. Cada vez mais as tecnologias estão evoluindo, quem sabe virem um hábito. Outro setor que é bem comum a utilização dessas tecnologias é o setor da saúde. Provavelmente vocês já devem ter visto até médicos ou experiências utilizando esse tipo de tecnologia, e ela tem um potencial muito grande, justamente porque a gente consegue simular cenários críticos, né? Então, por exemplo, no cenário de cirurgia, um médico ele consegue ser treinado, tanto um médico novo quanto um médico experiente, ele consegue ser treinado e capacitado num ambiente controlado e seguro. Então, é uma forma de você simular situações que na vida real são muito difíceis de replicar. Acho que aí entra o maior benefício da realidade virtual, é simular situações que são muito complexas ou às vezes impossíveis de ser reproduzidas no mundo real. Outra vantagem é a possibilidade de você ter uma visualização 3D. Então, através da tomografia, você consegue utilizar softwares que transformam a tomografia em modelos 3D. Então, o médico consegue fazer um planejamento prévio numa cirurgia para ele tomar as melhores decisões naquela cirurgia, justamente porque ele vai estar imerso nesse ambiente. E o exemplo que eu estou dando, esse simulador que vocês estão vendo aí, é um simulador de laparoscopia. Laparoscopia é aquela cirurgia que você faz, né, onde você utiliza 2 câmeras, né, e ele é muito comum, essa cirurgia, só que como que você treina uma pessoa para fazer uma laparoscopia? Esse simulador eu não criei, tá, gente? Esse simulador é um simulador existente, e ele é muito caro, ele custa 200, 150 mil euros, lá no Brasil ainda é muito mais caro, está falando de R$1,5 milhão. Então, para a universidade utilizar esse simulador, eles têm que utilizar com muito cuidado, porque a manutenção é cara. Então, poucos alunos têm acesso, e o tempo de utilização é muito pouco para os alunos. Então, a capacitação ela não é tão efetiva. Justamente porque no início dessa experiência, a maior dificuldade que, segundo os médicos, né, os responsáveis pelo simulador, o professor aqui, Rito, que é referência, é a questão da ambidestria. Então, o médico que está aprendendo, se ele não sabe mexer, se ele não tem uma coordenação motora, uma destreza com as 2 mãos, ele vai ter muitos problemas quando ele vai fazer uma cirurgia de laparoscopia. E essa dificuldade de você se adaptar a utilizar suas 2 mãos é a parte mais complicada do treinamento. É o que eles gastam mais tempo. Então, eles chegaram com esse problema. Qual que é o problema? A gente precisa, de alguma forma, melhorar a destreza desses médicos antes de colocar eles nesse simulador. Qual que foi a solução, então, que a gente percebeu para esse problema? Um pré-treinamento desse simulador escalonável através da realidade virtual, um treinamento de baixo custo. Então, a ideia era utilizar a realidade virtual, utilizar a impressão 3D. Então, vocês podem perceber que a gente imprimiu as pinças em 3D para tentar simular. A gente sempre tenta chegar o mais próximo possível da realidade. O controle não tem movimento da pinça. Então, a gente teve a ideia de utilizar a impressão 3D para adaptar esses controles e simular, para melhorar exatamente isso, a destreza, a ambidestria desses médicos, né? Então, consequentemente, aumentar a quantidade de alunos usando o simulador real e melhorando também a qualidade do ensino deles. E não só quem vai usar o simulador, né? Qualquer médico que vai passar por um curso de laparoscopia, ele já ir preparado, né? Para ter essa ambidestria. Então, aqui a ideia que eu quis também mostrar para vocês que a gente, às vezes, a realidade virtual ela é complementar. Ela não precisa, na verdade, em muitos dos casos, a gente não vai utilizar a realidade virtual, ela não vai substituir o treinamento tradicional. A realidade virtual é um complemento. E também, né, da mesma forma da empilhadeira, eu tive que vivenciar, né, entender qual que é os problemas em relação a uma cirurgia de laparoscopia. Como você pode perceber, eu bem desconfortável, não sou uma pessoa que gosta de ver muito sangue, mas eu pude acompanhar uma cirurgia onde o médico ele mostrou principais problemas, os principais movimentos que você faz durante a cirurgia, qual é a necessidade de você estar usando a mão não dominante durante a cirurgia. E foi ali que a gente percebeu, né, como que a gente poderia criar essa experiência e, consequentemente, até pegar o instrumento, fazer a modelagem 3D dele, fazer uma impressão 3D desse adaptador. Então, a gente adaptou o movimento da pinça para um controle de realidade virtual. Então, às vezes, a gente consegue conectar tecnologias para resolver um problema. Mas não vai sempre usar a realidade virtual. Por exemplo, aqui a gente usou a prototipagem rápida também. Outro setor que tem essa possibilidade e é amplamente utilizado é o setor imobiliário. Então, o case que eu trago para vocês hoje é um tour virtual imersivo. E foi a parceria de duas empresas. A Electrolux, muitos conhecem, né, uma empresa de eletrodomésticos, e uma incorporadora chamada GT Building, uma empresa que faz empreendimentos, construção civil. E qual que era o problema que eles chegaram, né, trouxeram para a gente? O problema é que eles tinham altos custos e limitações físicas em relação ao decorado físico. Então, você vai, por exemplo, a incorporadora ela vai lançar um prédio novo, vai lançar um empreendimento novo, e eles têm que construir aquele decorado, né, o lugar que as pessoas visitam para poder ver como que de fato vai ser os apartamentos. Isso tem um custo muito alto. E a Electrolux era a parceira oficial desse projeto. E eles queriam, né, de alguma forma, reduzir custos e, consequentemente, também utilizar a realidade virtual como marketing, porque a gente sabe que tem essa questão, né, a tecnologia imersiva, ela é chamativa, ela pode ser usada como uma manobra de marketing. Então, a Electrolux veio com esse viés, e a outra empresa veio com o viés de queremos melhorar a experiência de quem vai comprar os nossos apartamentos. Porque o diferencial desse empreendimento era que esse empreendimento vai ser o maior prédio de Curitiba, na cidade lá do Brasil. São 140 metros de altura. E eles queriam... Como que a gente consegue, então, mostrar isso? Porque num decorado físico, você não consegue ter a sensação que você está a 140 metros de altura. Como que a gente consegue levar isso à pessoa para chamar a atenção, para, de fato, convencer o cliente a comprar esse apartamento? Então, pensando nisso, a possibilidade que a gente chegou, né, um consenso que a gente chegou a utilizar a tecnologia da realidade virtual, né, e fazer uma mescla dessas duas empresas. Então, a gente desenvolveu lá o 47º andar desse prédio em realidade virtual, que a pessoa pode andar, pode interagir, e todos os eletrodomésticos da casa são Electrolux, que a pessoa consegue mexer nos eletrodomésticos, ver, interagir. Então, foi uma mescla onde a gente conseguiu resolver o problema deles, né, e a pessoa, quando vai na sacada do apartamento, ela tem a vista exata do que ela vai ter no seu apartamento real, e, consequentemente, né, todos os stands da GT Building tinham, né, essa possibilidade de você visitar e conhecer a Electrolux. Vou mostrar um videozinho aqui para vocês.
Parece um jogo, mas não é. É um lugar que ainda não existe, mas que pode ser do jeito que você precisa. É uma experiência nova de visite decorado. Esse apartamento está em construção e pode ser personalizado com os eletrodomésticos da Electrolux para ser entregue pronto para morar. Por exemplo, a geladeira. Nem precisa ir na loja para ver o tamanho e ter uma noção do que cabe dentro dela. É tão real que para ver o que tem na gaveta de baixo, a gente precisa abaixar. Na vida real, talvez precisasse olhar um folheto para saber mais sobre essa função, mas não no metaverso. Sem folheto, sem ter que pesquisar, aqui tem todas as informações dela. Tipo aprender que essa porta é personalizável e pode ser do jeito que você precisa. Não é só a geladeira, dá para montar a cozinha toda com eletrodomésticos Electrolux. Dá até para imaginar a família e os amigos ao redor dessa ilha acompanhando o preparo da comida. Pode ser no cooktop ou rapidinho na air fryer. Aliás, dá para ter uma noção exata do tamanho que essa air fryer ocupa no balcão. Escolher uma air fryer parece complicado, mas tem todas as informações daqui. Esse apartamento ainda está em construção, em Curitiba, mas aqui a gente vê a vista exata que cada andar visitado vai ter. E como é possível isso? Porque drones filmaram da posição de cada janela. Dá para visitar de casa, nas lojas da Electrolux ou na construtora, a GT Building. Além da cozinha, a área de serviço também pode ser equipada. Aqui dá para ver a máquina de lavar e saber todas as funcionalidades. Dá até para visualizar a economia de água nessa lava e seca. Sem precisar sair de casa, dá para escolher tudo do jeitinho que você quer.
Era essa mensagem que a Electrolux queria trazer, né? Qual que é o futuro da realidade virtual, o futuro do e-commerce? Será que a realidade virtual vai, né, chegar a um ponto que a gente vai estar em casa, vai colocar o nosso óculos, vai poder interagir, visitar e conhecer, né, seja um apartamento ou a compra de eletrodomésticos de forma imersiva? Então, foi um projeto que foi bem bacana, né, de a gente executar. E existia um problema, né? Agora, do outro lado, né, a gente está falando da Electrolux, mas do outro lado da incorporadora, isso aqui é para ser uma ferramenta de venda. Como que o corretor vai utilizar essa tecnologia para vender? Porque hoje, como funciona o corretor tradicional? Ele guia a experiência, os compradores, né, numa visita ao decorado físico, explica, né, e ele é o maestro dessa experiência, ele diz exatamente, ele vai exatamente nos pontos que ele acha que é mais chamativo para tentar fazer aquela pessoa comprar aquele apartamento. E como que ele, na realidade virtual, ele faz isso? Então, isso foi um problema que a gente percebeu, e uma possível solução que a gente trouxe foi a utilização, né, desse computador portátil, se chama Steam Deck, mas é um computador portátil, ele tem formato de um controle de videogame, e a ideia era o corretor utilizar esse computador portátil para guiar a experiência, enquanto as pessoas, né, no caso, todas as nossas experiências são multiusuário, então várias pessoas com óculos de virtual conseguem visitar o mesmo local, e a ideia era o corretor utilizar isso e guiar a experiência. Na nossa cabeça fazia sentido, mas no momento que a gente levou isso para o cliente, levou para os corretores, foi totalmente diferente, porque alguns corretores, eles não tinham tanto experiência com jogos, ou eram corretores que tinham um pouco de receio de usar tecnologias novas, e o que aconteceu é que eles tiveram uma experiência ruim, eles não gostaram de usar, não foi fácil para eles se adaptarem. E isso poderia ser facilmente resolvido se a gente tivesse feito uma prototipagem rápida, né? Então, eu trago aqui a importância de você fazer o protótipo de baixa fidelidade, se a gente tivesse levado algo feito à mão mesmo, para eles testarem, ou tivesse usado um celular como exemplo, talvez a gente teria entendido antes o problema e resolvido, né, de uma forma com custo menor. E como que a gente resolveu esse problema? A gente pensou uma solução que possa auxiliar essas pessoas e algo que eles já usam no dia a dia. O próprio celular, né? O próprio celular do corretor ou um tablet pode ser uma ferramenta para auxiliar.
Conheça mais um projeto desenvolvido pela IONVR, o decorado virtual imersivo do empreendimento Piemonte Coia Residence. Com a tecnologia de realidade virtual, criamos uma experiência completa com 6 ambientes para visitação. Os corretores podem apresentar diferentes opções de plantas sem a necessidade de diversos espaços físicos. A mágica acontece com o auxílio de um tablet que guia o cliente dentro da experiência virtual. No aplicativo do tablet, o corretor pode conectar o cliente à experiência virtual, escolhendo o ambiente desejado. Por exemplo, o apartamento 2603 é selecionado e o cliente é direcionado automaticamente para ele. Dentro do apartamento, o corretor pode transportar o cliente de um cômodo a outro. E mais, com a visão 360, é possível acompanhar onde o cliente está no espaço virtual. Para uma experiência ainda mais imersiva, a opção de ativar a visão em primeira pessoa para acompanhar o que ele está vendo em tempo real. O corretor também pode destacar detalhes específicos do ambiente, clicando na tela para que o cliente veja exatamente o que está sendo sinalizado. Essa tecnologia proporciona uma experiência rica e detalhada a um custo muito menor que um decorado físico.
Então, quando vocês pensam em utilizar a tecnologia da realidade virtual para resolver um problema, você tem que pensar quem que é o seu cliente, quem que vai ser o seu usuário, né? Então, nesse caso, nosso produto era B2B2C, né? Porque a gente estava vendendo para a incorporadora, mas quem ia de fato usar eram os corretores. E a gente só percebeu isso quando a gente começou a executar os projetos. Então, é muito importante perceber, quando estão pensando numa solução, quem que é o teu usuário final e como que ele vai se adaptar a essa tua solução. Então, a gente teve, né, essa utilização do tablet e foi muito bem aceito entre os corretores. Outro ponto que eu gostaria de trazer, né, pensando no desenvolvimento desses projetos, é que vai muito além do desenvolvimento, né? Você tem que ser programador, você tem que ser desenvolvedor. Muitas das vezes, né, quando a gente trabalha com a realidade virtual, ela envolve muito do trabalho manual, né? Por exemplo, a própria Electrolux, por conta da gente não ter os modelos 3D, né, por conta de NDA, eles não podiam enviar os modelos 3D dos eletrodomésticos. Então, a gente teve que ir manualmente medir esses eletrodomésticos, tirar fotos, para daí fazer a modelagem 3D, converter isso para uma experiência virtual, né, fazer toda a parte da programação. Então, sempre tem esse trabalho que é importante dizer, que às vezes as pessoas esquecem, na hora até de orçar, de precificar um trabalho como esse, levar em conta todas as etapas do processo. Então, desenhe muito bem o processo, do início ao fim, para vocês entenderem também o tempo que vocês vão demorar e o custo disso. E pensando numa equipe técnica, né, como que se desenvolve, quem que são as pessoas, os especialistas responsáveis pelo desenvolvimento. Então, quando você fala em realidade virtual, você sempre vai ter modelagem 3D, você sempre vai ter um programador. Acho que é o padrão. Mas existem mais pessoas que passam por um processo. Então, você tem o designer de UX, você tem o designer de interface visual, você tem a pessoa responsável pelo som, você tem o gestor desse projeto, você tem o pós-venda. Então, o ciclo, né, de desenvolvimento de um projeto como esse, um produto, né, porque a gente está falando de um produto, envolve muitas pessoas. Então, na hora de vocês pensarem quanto que custa, como que eu faço para desenvolver, pensem também em todas as pessoas que vocês vão ter que inserir dentro desse processo. Isso não só para um projeto como esse, mas qualquer projeto que vocês estão pensando em desenvolver. Então, vou rapidamente também trazer um pouco da minha visão técnica do futuro de toda essa tecnologia, né? Porque o que eu mostrei aqui para vocês foi só a realidade virtual. Existe também a realidade mista, né? Como a Maria comentou, o que é realidade mista? É essa junção do mundo real com o mundo digital. Então, você está vendo aqui todo o ambiente e você adiciona elementos 3D, né, ou até 2D, para o seu ambiente e faz essa mescla. E eu vejo, essa é uma tecnologia que ela vem sido, né, acho que hoje o que mais se fala é a realidade, da realidade mista. Justamente que, por exemplo, a Apple lançou o Vision Pro em 2023, que é o computador espacial. Tive a oportunidade de usar ele e trabalhar em alguns projetos com uma agência de design. É um óculos incrível. A ideia da Apple, quando lançou esse equipamento, foi que ele fosse o seu segundo computador, né, você tivesse uma forma de utilizar o teu computador apenas com um óculos e o movimento das mãos e o movimento dos olhos. É uma tecnologia incrível, porque o problema dela, que não deu muito certo, é o valor. É muito caro. A Apple estava cobrando 3.200 euros por esse equipamento. E o seu concorrente, de fato, seria o MetaQuest 3, que foi lançado um pouco tempo depois. O MetaQuest 3, ele é o óculos da Meta, e ele só custava 500 euros. Então, tem uma diferença muito grande. Vou dizer sim, que o óculos da Apple tem uma qualidade muito melhor de hardware do que o MetaQuest 3. Mas o custo-benefício do MetaQuest 3 é imbatível. A gente está falando de 500 euros apenas, para um óculos que fornece praticamente quase tudo que o Apple Vision Pro fornece. Só que sempre, né, ele teve esse foco do entretenimento, né? A realidade virtual, ela nasceu para entretenimento, ela nasceu para jogos, ela nasceu para diversão. É aí que entra o diferencial de você pensar, utilizar uma tecnologia que nem a realidade virtual para resolver problemas fora do que ela foi pensada. Né? Então, no caso de resolver problemas do setor da indústria, do setor da medicina, e aí que entra a inovação. Aí que você se difere das outras pessoas. Eu não falo só da realidade virtual, mas qualquer tecnologia hoje, né, se você pensar um pouco fora da caixa, tentar utilizar essa tecnologia para resolver problemas que as pessoas não costumam utilizar, aí que entra a inovação, aí que entra uma empresa, uma ideia que você pode abrir e inovar no mercado. Outro grande player que entrou foi a Samsung, que lançou agora em outubro do ano passado o Galaxy XR, que é o óculos de realidade mista deles, que eles estão trazendo muito essa ideia de utilização da inteligência artificial. Então, tanto até a demonstração que eles têm, você está no Google Maps, você consegue falar com o Gemini e visitar lugares de forma imersiva. É muito bacana a premissa dele. Ele é mais barato, ele está na faixa de uns $1.200, $1.500, comparando com o Vision Pro, que é para ser o seu concorrente. Então, assim, a tecnologia está evoluindo, cada vez mais players estão entrando, mais empresas grandes estão entrando, lançando seus hardwares, Mas, no fundo, a gente fala de dinheiro, né? Por que eu vou... Porque uma coisa é você comprar para entretenimento, outra coisa é você usar a tecnologia como uma solução para um problema de um cliente seu. Qual que é o retorno financeiro disso, né? Então, ano passado, a Meta fez esse estudo para tentar entender quais são os benefícios da utilização dessa tecnologia para as empresas. Então, esse estudo trouxe aí que tem um retorno, pode ter um retorno até de 219% desse investimento e um payback aí de menos de 6 meses quando você utiliza esse tipo de tecnologia. Outro benefício dessa tecnologia que é bem recente é a utilização, né, dessa realidade mista, mas com visão computacional. Então, como o óculos ele te dá uma câmera, né? São câmeras que tem no óculos, e você consegue ver o mundo real. Você consegue pegar essas imagens e usar machine learning para resolver problemas. Então, o óculos ele vira uma forma de você transferir as imagens para algum local e trabalhar com elas. Então, por exemplo, esse exemplo, deixa eu voltar aqui. Por exemplo, essa pessoa tem que fazer a manutenção de um painel elétrico. Então, ele consegue utilizar a inteligência artificial, né, através da visão computacional, para reconhecer o que ele está vendo e a inteligência artificial fornecer uma solução. Né? Então, são possibilidades. Vou dizer que não tem nenhuma solução concreta, porque é tudo muito novo hoje. Essa tecnologia ela é muito nova. É recente esse tipo de aplicação. A gente está falando do ano passado. Então, se por acaso vocês pensarem numa ideia que utilize esse tipo de tecnologia, tenha certeza que você vai ter um mar azul gigantesco, porque o futuro do XR está muito nessa conexão da inteligência artificial e da visão computacional. Eu vou passar agora, porque basicamente agora qual que é o próximo passo da realidade estendida? São os óculos inteligentes. Provavelmente vocês já viram aqueles óculos que são como óculos normais, mas ele tem uma projeção de imagem, ele tem inteligência artificial. Eu vou mostrar rapidamente o óculos da Meta, que eles estão produzindo, o trailerzinho. Um minutinho só.
Phones are not going to be the end of the line, but we're not going to be here in the 2030s communicating and using computing devices that are exactly the same as what we have today. And someone has to build that and believe in it. Hi, Nora. Daddy's calling from the future. I'm wearing these amazing AR glasses that you'll probably use when you grow up. Over the next 10 years, the form factor is just going to keep on getting smaller and smaller, and eventually we're going to have what looks like normal-looking glasses. You're looking at the culmination of decades of breakthrough inventions in nearly every field of computing. It's one of the hardest challenges the tech industry is up to attempt. See, Orion is a time machine. It'll let Meta live in the future as they build the next generation of AR.
Então, em 2024, a Meta anunciou seu primeiro óculos verdadeiro de realidade mista, que é o Orion. Ele está em desenvolvimento. A premissa é que seja lançado ano que vem, então já não é mais uma utopia, já está virando realidade. Já em 2027 está para ser o lançamento desse equipamento. E a premissa é que outros players entram, né? A Xiaomi, a Asus, enfim, até a própria Apple. Várias empresas estão também pensando em seguir esse caminho que é o futuro. A gente reduzir, né, aquele óculos grande que fica no rosto, né, reduzir cada vez mais essa tecnologia. Óbvio que são princípios diferentes, né? A realidade virtual a gente precisa estar completamente imerso naquele ambiente. Mas como que a gente massifica, como que a gente escalona? Porque a realidade virtual hoje ela é muito nichada. Né? Qual a porcentagem? Quantas pessoas já usaram óculos de realidade virtual aqui? Levanta a mão, por favor. Vou dizer aqui uns 40%. Então, tem muitas pessoas que nem utilizaram óculos de realidade virtual ainda. Então, assim, é uma tecnologia ela é muito nichada. Então, eu acho que, assim, eu vejo o futuro da realidade virtual, a gente realmente vai massificar essa tecnologia quando esse tipo de tecnologia, né, atingir todo mundo, né? A gente começar a ter acesso. Da mesma forma que foi com os celulares, né? Vai dizer, há 20 anos atrás, há 30 anos atrás, todo mundo ia trazer essa ideia que todo mundo ia ter um celular. Né? Então, acho que a gente está caminhando para isso. Óbvio que tem muita coisa para se encaminhar, acho que não é tão simples assim, mas eu vejo o futuro da tecnologia indo muito por esse lado. Tá? E como que vocês começam, por exemplo, a trabalhar nessa área, se desenvolver nessa área? Eu vou falar bem rapidamente, mas acho que o mais importante que eu falo sempre nas minhas aulas, não tente desenvolver a Matrix, não tente desenvolver, vou criar o GTA em realidade virtual aqui, vou fazer meu primeiro projeto. vão com calma, tá? Definam um caminho, definam, como comentei vocês, na área de realidade virtual, não é você só, uma pessoa desenvolve tudo. Não, são várias pessoas para desenvolver um projeto. Vou dizer sim, com a inteligência artificial hoje você consegue, às vezes, sozinho, construir coisas brilhantes. Mas é tudo questão de tempo em relação a benefício. Se vocês querem utilizar isso para o mercado de trabalho, às vezes se adaptar e seguir o caminho de uma área só, você tem um benefício maior. Você pode encontrar pessoas que fazem coisas similares e se unirem e terem uma ideia. Mas eu acho que assim, é ir com calma quando você vai numa tecnologia como essa. Hoje tem muita documentação, tem muito vídeo no YouTube explicando. Vocês conseguem. Hoje, se vocês têm um óculos de realidade virtual, é muito fácil você desenvolver algo, é muito fácil você prototipar algo. O Unity fornece várias ferramentas para isso. A própria Google lançou esse XR Blocks, que quando a gente fala de desenvolvimento de realidade virtual, tem a parte web. Eu vejo que a web é um caminho que é bastante promissor quando a gente fala de realidade virtual, realidade mista e realidade estendida, realidade estendida como um todo, né? Justamente porque você consegue, com um link você manda pelo navegador do teu celular, pelo teu computador, ou manda para o óculos, a mesma experiência roda em vários hardwares diferentes. E a Google lançou esse conjunto de ferramentas para te ajudar a desenvolver de uma forma mais fácil com JavaScript experiências de realidade estendida. É bem prático, assim, gente. Eu recomendo depois vocês darem uma olhada, quem tem interesse. Você consegue, sem o óculos, desenvolver, porque eles têm os simuladores. Então, você tem um simulador de realidade virtual no seu computador, que você consegue desenvolver e testar sem precisar ter o óculos, ficar colocando, tirando o óculos da cabeça. E a conexão com o IA, eu acho que é o diferencial. Tá? Então, tem a parte da IA generativa, até que fizeram uma pergunta, né, como que a IA pode se conectar, né, até no processo de desenvolvimento. Na parte da modelagem 3D, vocês têm que fazer alguns modelos 3D, já tem IA generativa para modelos 3D. Não vou dizer que para o produto final dá para usar, porque a qualidade ainda não é tão boa e ela não é otimizada para a realidade virtual, mas para prototipagem é excelente. Eu uso muito a IA generativa de modelos 3D para você fazer uma prototipagem de baixa qualidade. Então, às vezes você quer mostrar a ideia para o teu cliente, ó, vai ficar bom dessa forma que eu estou pensando? Você gostou da experiência? É o que você está esperando? Eu vejo ela ajudando muito nisso. E do lado direito tem ali as ferramentas que estão surgindo, por exemplo, a ferramenta da Meta de desenvolvimento de cenários, desenvolvimento de experiências de realidade mista e de realidade virtual, onde você, através de texto, você consegue gerar cenários. Óbvio, tudo muito genérico, né? No caso ali, tem uma visão mais lúdica, mas eu vejo assim, se encaminhando ainda. Não vejo que vocês vão ter ferramentas que vão escrever um texto, vão fazer tudo, mas elas auxiliam. Tá? E só para fechar agora o assunto, também para uma questão mais motivadora, todo ano a Meta faz competições, onde são competições para desenvolvedores iniciantes, de certa forma, mas se vocês tiverem uma ideia inovadora e vocês acham que faz sentido utilizar a realidade virtual, a realidade mista aumentada, vocês podem participar desses hackathons que eles fazem, que é um mês que você tem um tempo para desenvolver uma solução, e tem premiações. Então, premiações que foi agora em dezembro, eles deram $1,5 milhão em premiações. Então, dependendo da categoria que você participava, podia ganhar de $100 mil, $60 mil, $30 mil para uma ideia, um protótipo. Você não precisava desenvolver de fato. Se você só apresentasse a solução, já era o suficiente. Eu vou mostrar esse aqui. A categoria era usar realidade com inteligência artificial. E essa pessoa teve a ideia de gamificar as tarefas diárias, os afazeres diários. Então, a inteligência artificial, ele conhece o que a pessoa está fazendo e meio que gamifica as atividades diárias dela. Parece meio bobo, mas é assim... Qual que é o futuro disso, né? Porque no futuro a gente vai... A ideia é que todo mundo tem um óculos, né? E essa tecnologia está atrelada a esse óculos. E como que a gente às vezes pode... Até a única questão até de ética, né? Vai a gamificação. Mas de qualquer forma, essa solução que ele fez, ele não desenvolveu completamente, ele usou muita edição de vídeo. Até trago para vocês, vocês vão fazer os vídeos, né? Da apresentação de vocês, do curso de empreendedorismo. Às vezes você não precisa ter a solução completa, uma boa edição de vídeo já entrega a tua ideia, né? Então, por exemplo, nesse caso, essa equipe, ela conseguiu ganhar $30 mil para essa ideia, né? A ideia na categoria dela que ela ficou, eles conseguiram ganhar $30 mil, e não foi uma coisa tão complexa assim de se desenvolver ou, enfim, de montar uma apresentação sobre isso. Mas a ideia é algo mais importante. A ideia foi o diferencial aqui. Tá? Então, resumidamente, era isso que eu queria passar para vocês. Pessoal, eu queria agradecer a oportunidade de estar falando. Fica o meu contato do LinkedIn. Qualquer dúvida sobre a tecnologia, qualquer dúvida sobre o desenvolvimento, a parte da startup, do empreendedorismo, fico à disposição. Tá? Eu estou com óculos de realidade virtual aqui. Se alguém nunca utilizou, quer ter uma experiência hoje, só chegar aqui no intervalo, eu vou ficar aqui, quem quiser testar, colocar o óculos, ter uma experiência e conhecer um pouco mais da tecnologia, vou ficar à disposição. Beleza, pessoal? Muito obrigado.
Lucas, muito obrigado. Foi uma excelente apresentação. Potencial é enorme da realidade virtual. Agora abrimos para perguntas. Any questions? No questions? I think everyone wants to go for lunch. There are no questions, then we'll close the session for now. Okay, thank you very much.
Obrigado, pessoal. Por favor. À vontade.
Excellent. Very good. Really nice presentation.
It's Nearest, the soundsmith.
Ok, então não é o orador, digamos, da apresentação. Ok, está bem, mas a introdução da pessoa. Era mais fácil a situação. Pronto, olha, tem que ser. Não sei. Acho, mas... A fundação é essa. Não consigo. Aqui não tem problema. É sim. O microfone é só falar. Sim, sim. Sim, sim, o Deus também vai abrir para a sim, sim. Estou a ver. Vai abrir. Até já então.
music blasting.
Olá! Tudo bem? Show mais.
Mas amanhã
Imagina, se falas com ele, ele se calhar diz que se pode usar essas 3 horas do mês passado para tirar uma tarde. A normas não é. Ele está sempre a dizer, é tudo. 10, 15 horas. Tudo bem. Isso aqui é uma estupidez que eu pago.
Salgo a la calle por olvidarme hoy. Hoy pienso hoy. Salgo a la calle por olvidarme hoy. Hoy up till the sunrise, staying up till the sunrise, staying up till the sunrise, staying up till the sunrise.
Pois é isso. Isto é
Que hora é isso?
Não, eu faço. O que eles disseram, pelo menos este aqui. Hotel. Vocês aqui estavam a ver. Não.
Hello, good afternoon. I know these talks after lunchtime, they're always difficult to get energy from you, but hopefully this is going to be a very interesting one. So welcome to the inspirational talk based on energy and the transition. When we talk about energy, many of us are trained to think in watts, volts, efficiency, curves, and costs. We'll learn how to optimize systems, reduce losses, and scale infrastructure. These skills still matter, but today they are no longer enough. Energy is more than ever, more than a technical variable. It is a strategic one. Today, energy is about choices. Choices that shape how societies grow, how economies remain stable, how cities function, and how future generations will live. In that sense, the transformation underway is not only technological, it is a shift on how we decide, how we prioritize, and how we act. The solutions shaping the future of energy will not be built in isolation. They will emerge at the crossroads of technology, policy, data, behavior, and leadership. Some of you in this room will help design systems that make energy more resilient. Others will shape markets, platforms, cities, or industries that depend on smarter energy solutions. Some of you may even influence how energy is governed, financed, and trusted by society. That is why the title of this talk is Energy Shift from What to Wisdom. Our guest today, Dr. Nuno Ribeiro da Silva, has spent his career operating precisely at these intersections, where decision matters much more than technology, and where long-term impact matters more than short-term optimization. Nuno Ribeiro da Silva is one of Portugal's most influential voices in energy and public policy. With a background in engineering and economics, and a master's degree in economy, policy, and energy planning, he has combined technical depth with strategic visions across roles in government, industry, and academia. Over the years, he has navigated roles from Secretary of State of Energy, Secretary of State of Youth, in government to leading major energy companies, including a long tenure as president at Endesa Portugal. His experience spans governance, industry transformation, and academic impact, having taught and mentored generations of students as a university professor since the early 1980s. But beyond titles and achievements lies a deep personal interest and commitment to the role of energy in society. A belief that innovation must ultimately serve people, resilience, and the future. His perspective brings not only experience and rigor, but the wisdom that comes from understanding the human consequences of how we power our world. This talk is an invitation for all of you to think beyond what kind of solutions are possible and to reflect on what kind of solutions the world truly needs. What role each and every one of you may play in making them real. Nuno, thank you for accepting this challenge. The stage is yours. Welcome, Nuno.
Pois, opa, falo o micro para... Deixa eu andar aí. O micro para depois, quando começar a... Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Please feel free if you want to interrupt and if you want to put some questions. I think at the end of this conference, we have some minutes for answering questions. It's very important because the audience, it's very different in terms of background, and I'd like to have the feeling of what are your main questions and worries in terms of this huge challenge that we are dealing with. Just for starting, I must tell you that it's not because I'm an energy, it's my energy background and experience, but I think there's nothing in our history that is such a dramatic challenge as energy transition. We all know why we are facing this challenge. We know that we have to change all the infrastructure of the energy system, but sometimes we don't understand, or we are not aware of how many aspects will this energy transition will impact on our lives and on a global approach to the global approach and the global impact of energy transition. I'll start giving you a statement from, this is one recent article of this review, Foreign Affairs Review, and the article, the title is The Troubled Energy Transition, The Troubled Energy Transition. And the subtitle, How to Find a Pragmatic Path Forward. The good news, in 2024, global production of wind and solar energy reached record levels, levels that would have seemed unthinkable not long before. Over the past 15 years, wind and solar have grown from virtually 0 to 15% of the world's electricity generation, and solar panel prices have fallen by as much as 90%. Just a brief note. When you read on newspapers that, for instance, in Portugal, we generate 80% of our energy coming from renewables. At the end of the day, it's not 80% of our consumption of energy. It's 80% of our electricity consumption. And electricity is no more than 25% of our final demand of energy. This is important because a lot of people think that energy, it's power, it's electricity. We are used to say and to think that we have a problem, a cut in terms of the supply of light, energy. Well, it's electricity. And only, in our days, 25% on economical, on developed countries, the end demand, the final demand of energy comes from its electricity. So when we say that 80% of our energy, better say electricity, comes from renewables, it's 80% of 25%. The remaining 75% are fossil fuels, are oil and derivatives, natural gas, and even coal, if coal is not important and relevant in Portugal. But I was saying, so good news. Such developments represent a notable advance in what is called the energy transition. The shift from the current hydrocarbon-dominated energy mix to a low-carbon one dominated by renewable sources. Yet 24, bad news, was a record year in another regard as well. The amount of energy derived from oil and coal also hit all-time highs. Over a longer period, the share of hydrocarbons in the global primary energy mix has hardly budged from 85% in 1990 to about 80% today. This means that the global consumption around the world, still nowadays, 80% comes from resources that are fossil fuels, oil, gas, and coal. In other words, what has been unfolding is not so much an energy transition as an energy addiction. Rather than replacing conventional energy sources, the growth of renewables is coming on top of that of conventional sources. For the first time in 24, we consume more than 100 million oil barrels per day. So this gives you an idea, let's say from the supply side, that we still are very, very, very much dependent on this. One other important statement, one other important idea that we have to take into account is that when we talk about energy transition, it's not only the challenge of shifting from fossil fuels to low carbon emissions in terms of how to supply energy to our needs, to solve our needs. We have also to look at the demand side. Don't forget that for doing something, we need two things: energy and equipment. We need energy for energizing a car when we are looking for mobility. We put oil or gas or electricity. in the car for moving from one side to another. When we need light, we have bulbs, and we need energy, normally electricity. When we want to climatize space, we need equipments, and we need energy. So you can do nothing without this combination of an energy source and an equipment. When we are changing the world, when we look at energy transition, this means that not only the supply side, we have to offer energy coming from less carbon-intensive sources, but at the same time, we have to look at the equipments we are used to use and see if they are adequate for being adapted to a final use, for instance, of electricity. Look at mobility. We have this challenge of changing carbon intensive emissions coming from combustion engines to electrical engines. This means that we have to change around 5 billion around the world, 5 billion cars that are energized with oil and derivatives. And we have this pressure coming from around the world where people start to have access to cars and motorcycles and all these things. Is this what we have to look at and change around the world? So the problem in terms of energy transition, it's very complex. It's a huge challenge. For more than 1 century, let's say the oil era, we invest trillions and trillions of dollars building the infrastructure, the logistic, all the chain for the supply of oil, natural gas, pipelines, gasoducts, terminals, refineries, etc. And this is also a very big exercise to change, to readapt to other chains and alternatives with less impact in terms of environment. What is becoming clear is that the shift in the global energy system will not unfold in a linear or steady manner. Rather, it will be multidimensional, unfolding differently in different parts of the world, at different rates, with different mixes of fuels and technologies, subject to competing priorities and shaped by governments and companies establishing their own paths. That requires rethinking policies and investment in light of the complicated realities. For the energy transition is not just about energy, it is about rewiring and then re-engineering the entire global economy. The first step in this rethinking is understanding why the key assumptions behind the transition have fallen short. That means grappling with the geopolitical, economical, political, and material trade-offs and constraints rather than wishing them away. We have to be realistic and understand that our realities, our priorities, let's say in the first world, developed countries, is completely different from priorities in different countries and societies where the priorities are the increase of GDP to give opportunities to people that was not, let's say, engaged in the formal economy. And that's why when you have those famous COPs, those famous meetings, as a consequence of 92, when in Rio de Janeiro, the problem was catched by different nations, you have always a debate that at the end of the world, at the end of the day, will not help very much to solve the problem. The debate normally is focused on, okay, you are developed countries, and for at least 1 century from the Industrial Revolution, you are polluting and responsible for emissions. We are poor countries. We have not the same level of emissions. We are not so intensive in terms of using energy. So don't ask us to forget the so-called oil of the poor, the oil of the poor is the coal, and give us a chance to develop ourselves with less expensive resources, because we want to be like you and to have a better life. So, who pays the cost of the energy transition? Just for giving you an idea, 3 billion people annually use less electricity per capita than the average US refrigerator does. So, when you look at a figure like this, you can have and you can imagine what is the pressure of, let's say, 3 billion people that are looking for having the opportunity to have access to electricity for, obviously, so many important consequences of being connected to a grid and having reliable supply of electricity. More than this, energy, as we know, is a strategical service, let's say like this. We can do nothing without energy. And for managing energy, we have to take at least 3 pillars and try to balance those 3 essential pillars that inspired energy policy around the world. We want security of supply. Look how people react in this last episode when light was off last April. We need energy supply secure. We need affordable. We need that energy for business and for the families not to be too much expensive. And we need technical solutions that are not too much aggressive regarding environment. So those are the 3 essential pillars for designing your energy policy. The problem is that nowadays we have those 3 at the same time, and perhaps it's the first time that we have those 3 pillars on the table. Before, I'll say last century, sometimes during the oil shocks, the 70s, when oil have been used as a political weapon, we were more worried with energy supply, security of supply, not so much about energy environment and the cost. Then the cost became, in the beginning of this century, at the end of the last century, become a priority. And energy environment, the interface between energy and environment also starts to be something that we have to look at. But security of supply, we were comfortable. Today, it's not only one of these pillars that are essential and we have to deal and to manage. We have a problem in terms of energy environment. We have a problem in terms of having energy and supplying energy at a reasonable, affordable, competitive price. And as we can see every day, we have problems with the security of supply because of geopolitical problems. Normally, we were all every day looking at the price of oil, but it's not only the price in terms of security of supply, it's also all the logistic of the chain of oil and natural gas and even coal, as the example of the Strait of Hormuz, where around 1/3 of oil and gas crosses that slim piece of water, and all the things we know about the stability of safe routes. So, if we look at energy transitions in our world on those last centuries. We had, well, doing it simple, we have at least three situations in terms of energy transition. The first energy transition began in the early 18th century when a melt worker named Abram Darby figured out that coal provided a more effective means of iron production than wood, because till the beginning of the 18th century, wood was the oil of our days. And the issuing transition took place over at least a century. Although the entering transition took place over at least a century, although the 19th century has been called the century of coal, the energy, well, I observe that the coal did not overtake traditional biomass energy sources such as wood and crops, residues, till the beginning of the 20th century. Till the beginning of the 20th century, wood was the dominant in terms of source for supplying energy to the world. Oil, discovered in western Pennsylvania in 1859, would overtake coal as the world's top energy source only in 1960. Yet, that did not mean that the absolute amount of coal used globally was failing. In 24, it was 3 times what it had been in 1916. So, that's why I start remembering that even if we are doing a huge effort and with some success in terms of developing wind energy, solar energy, water, etc. So renewables and less intensive ways of supplying energy to the people, that doesn't mean that we are not burning more oil and more coal than before. And that's the problem, because in terms of emissions, each ton of coal, each barrel of oil, or each cubic meter of natural gas, they incorporate CO2, and when we use it, the CO2 goes to nowhere. To nowhere means our atmosphere. So this is what we are really dealing with, what we are facing, and the global effort of trying to manage this challenge that have no borders, have no frontiers, and the implication that oblige all the community, the humanity, to try to keep balances and not to talk only looking at their own situation and problem. And of course, energy, it's a geostrategical asset. And as we were saying at the beginning, it's not only a problem of supply, it's how to use it, and at the end of the day, we will be obliged to be proactive in terms of changing our culture regarding the use of energy. You have here an example. Well, I don't know if you can read the cartoon, but okay, the United States were worried with consumption of oil. Uncle Sam agreed, and the president said, okay, come on, Sam, follow me. Uncle Sam agreed, but you'll get the car. And in geostrategical terms, you have a cartoon. It was at the time of the Iraq War, and Mr. Bush II, did a press conference, and he was not apparently very clever and an expert. And someone put this paper in front of him. He started reading, saying, well, we have 710 reasons for being involved in a war for oil. Well, it was too much, and okay, we have one good reason for being involved in the affairs of the Middle East, for example. For some countries, and particularly in the United States and North America, Canada, etc., oil is also a commodity that is essential in political terms. People used to say that if you have the price of gasoline, of gas, over $3 per gallon, you are lost. You will not be reelected. And it happens the same with natural gas. Over $3.5, you will suffer a huge impact coming from public opinion, and you lose elections. So this gives you an idea why, for example, Mr. Trump was saying, drill, baby, drill. We want more supply. Because, of course, if you have more supply, you will have pressure in terms of price for being more popular, let's say like this. And that's why every day we look at news about strategical decisions coming from the United States and from Europe. Europe is, I would say, completely dependent on oil and gas coming from third parties. We, in relative terms, we have this image that I think it's very illustrative. The ocean of oil that we consume in Europe, only the stars are European oil, let's say like this. We have some responsibility on that, because, as you know, there's a very big reluctance in terms of drilling, in terms of accepting that we have to try to know what are our resources and much more to explore those resources. It's something that it's not popular and creates also some impact in terms of the popularity of governments and in terms, at the end of the day, of elections. So that's one of the reasons why people that used to blame that energy in the United States or in China that is needed for producing everything we need, goods or services, it's more competitive in the United States, in North America, and in China. In the United States, not only because they have more resources and they explore a lot. The United States nowadays, it's the first producer of oil. It's not Saudi Arabia, it's the United States, and also the first in terms of natural gas. So they have natural resources more than Europe. China, they don't have too much oil. They import a lot of oil and natural gas from around, but the reality is that they use it without all the filters, let's say like this, that we are obliged to take into account. Refineries are not well protected in terms of emissions. Power plants have not all the systems and all the equipments for avoiding emissions for the atmosphere. And so it becomes much less expensive to have access to oil or gas or even electricity. This I think that you cannot read, but okay, forget it. Coming back to how to manage and how to balance the so famous 3 pillars that we have to take into consideration when we are dealing with energy policy and the impact of our decisions. First of all, don't forget that when you are in charge of the energy policy and you decide to increase the price or to invest on a new pipeline, a new gasoduct, or whatever it is, immediately you have to take in consideration that, okay, you invest on a new pipeline, a new terminal, redundancy, new lines, you increase security, but it have a cost. And so you are putting pressure on prices. And also you are awakening people that are against new lines, new cables, new infrastructures, new refineries, etc. When you decided to protect the environment, you have to invest in terms of new filters, in terms of new equipments that will mitigate emissions coming from coal power plants or mazout power plants. So the impact in terms of costs and prices, it's also relevant. That's why when you you take decisions in terms of being a policymaker, in terms of prices or in terms of the quality of the products you are supplying the market, immediately you have the Minister for Finance saying, oh, this is terrible because it will put pressure on inflation. And if it puts pressure on inflation, I will have, I'll be criticized because prices are getting higher. The Minister of Transportation will call you saying, well, this is hell because now I have to pay more subsidies to bus transportation, to the sector that is in charge of transporting goods around. If you take decisions in terms of prices, you have all the other activities, industry, agriculture, etc., saying, well, I need more subsidies because prices are getting higher. So it's really, I would say, a filigree to try to manage and try to deal with this complexity. Saying this and coming back to energy transition, the reality is that we are not, things are much more complicated than we think at the beginning. And it will take much more time than what we think it could take if we are engaged on changing the paradigm. That doesn't mean that a lot of things are not being done. And there are trillions and trillions in terms of investments around the world. But it's such a structural changement and challenge that we cannot expect that in half a dozen of years, or I will say more than one decade for sure, we are free, or we are zero emissions, balanced, and so we can have a good new in terms of at least controlling the problem of the concentration of gases in the atmosphere. Today's energy transition is meant to be fundamentally distinct from every previous energy transitions. It is meant to be transformative rather than an additive. But so far it is addition, not replacement. The scale and variety of the challenges associated with the transition mean that it will not proceed as many expect or in a linear way. It will be multidimensional, proceeding at different rates with a different mix of technologies and different priorities in different regions and countries. We have to accept different policies, different solutions, because as I said before, the reality of countries around the world, it's different. So you cannot let's say, select a medical solution for all sorts of diseases. You have to fine-tune your reality and your situation. That reflects the complexity of the energy system at the foundation of today's global energy economy. It also makes clear that the process will unfold over a long period and that continuing investment in conventional energy will be a necessary part of the energy transition. A linear transition is not possible. Instead, the transition will involve significant trade-offs. The importance of also addressing economic growth, energy security, and energy access underscores the need to pursue a more pragmatic path. We will live with this reality, and policy makers have to take into account this complexity, this verity. And we cannot think that the solutions and the priorities that in, let's say, the North Hemisphere, we put on this energy transition is the same priority of the population in the South Hemisphere. And that's why till today, those annual meetings for monitoring how we are doing in terms of energy transition are always, let's say, at least a little bit frustrated when we look at the conclusions and decisions that come from those huge meetings. Well, there's a lot of one last aspect before asking you to ask me what are your main you are worried with. In this process, it's not only a question of policies and decision makers at a very high level. The reality is that we are all energy actors. We consume energy on everything, at home, when we move from one side to another, with the things, equipments, goods, services that we consume and that we need. In terms of energy efficiency, we are all main players in this exercise. It's not a question of saying, well, governments and big guys and the lords of the world, they have to do this and that. No, all of us and each one of us, we are players in this exercise. And this means that we have also to have more literacy regarding energy. We have to understand more how things work. We were used to be, let's say, passive players regarding energy. you receive the bill from your power company, or when you go to Galp, Repsol, or Shell, or for fueling your tank, and we pay. Well, today, I will say the good news is that we have such an alternative, so many alternatives in terms of technology that we can become proactive. We can be engaged on this huge process and complex. And that's for the final remark. And that's also good news for Europe, for Portugal. Till now, we were completely dependent on coal, oil, and gas. And we don't have, or at least we don't know if we have, those materials, those resources in our platform offshore and onshore. So during the last century, when the Industrial Revolution starts in Portugal, we were always dependent and looking at the world price of oil, natural gas, coal, and without having a single word in terms of putting some influence on that bill. Today, with the new paradigm, with the possibility of using more and more, let's say, energy renewable sources, we have we change that paradigm and that dependence. And it's not common, if you look around the world, that you have a geography where you have some water, some sun, wind, biomass, ocean energies. Because if you look at Morocco, they have more sun than we have, more incidents in terms of sun and light. But, well, at the end of the day, panels will be covered with dust and the efficiency will decrease. If you go to the UK, perhaps you have more water, particularly in the north of Great Britain, but you don't have mountains very relevant, and so you cannot benefit in terms of hydropower plants. So really, this is an opportunity for countries across the Mediterranean north part of the sea, where in Portugal, Spain, south of France, Italy, etc., you have this good combination of different sources of renewables. At the same time, in terms of equipments for increasing efficiency in terms of the final use of energy, and all sorts of gadgets that today are available because are technologies that are competitive and available. We have really a lot of opportunities in terms of skills for finding opportunities in terms of work, in terms of entrepreneurship. It's not no more the big turbine and the big power plant that we are looking for today. We have a dissemination of equipments across the country. Are small and medium compared with the former paradigm. We have, it's much more democratic, it's much more less sophisticated, where you don't need such a big scale in terms of companies that dominate that business. And this, I think, could be for you, let's say, a call for looking at this area that will be present for the future and next decades, and find an opportunity in terms of fine-tuning your interest and skills in this huge energy sector and complex energy sector. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Nuno. So it's time for some questions from you. I guess this covers a very wide aspect of energy, but I mean, there's some hand there. Can you put the microphone there, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. My question would be, so you, if I remember correctly, you said there were 3 energy shifts in the past years. Do you think there will be a 4th one? And if so, what do you think will be the new energy source? If you can answer that so quickly.
I don't know if I understand your...
Se irá haver uma quarta crise energética. Mas em cima. Well, I would say that dealing with energy, we are always, if not dealing with a crisis, we are always under stress. And we are always under stress because not only people and business want energy less and less costly, because look at China, for instance. Countries look at energy resources as a strategical commodity, and so they are always trying to feel more comfortable, let's say like this, in terms of access to energy resources, and also because demand is increasing, because not only the population is increasing, and in terms of consume per capita, demand per capita, we have to fulfill the gradual growth of demand coming from people that today have no access at all, or are trying to have a better life, and at the end of the day,
this will oblige you to consume more energy. So the pressure will be there. And so that pressure will put more nervous in terms of access to resources. What we are seeing in terms of not only energy resources, but other raw materials, lithiums, rare earths, etc. It's also a consequence of this transition, because now we need different elements and composites and raw materials for building batteries and all that sort of new gadgets. So around energy, for sure you will have always complex, stressed, and nervous environment. Today, we are very comfortable in terms of the supply of oil, because there's oil everywhere. When Mr. Trump ordered oil companies in the United States to drill and drill more, etc., oil companies just look at him and ask, why? Oil is cheap, is not under stress. And Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, etc., if they want from one day to the other, they can extract more 20 million barrels per day. It's not under stress on that sense. But the question, and that's why American oil companies are not doing, are not increasing their investments and the effort in terms of drilling more oil in the United States. And when Mr. Trump said, well, go to Venezuela, well, forget. I don't know what will be Venezuela tomorrow, what will be the future, the instability, etc. So it's not, let's say, a single aspect of the equation. We have oil, natural gas around the world. It's not a question of lack of fossil fuels in this case. Now we are more worried with the mining materials, raw materials that are needed for the energy transition, mainly coming the pressure from the demand side, from the new equipments that we have to offer for being possible to make a convergence regarding electrification of the economy and the society.
Can I add something to that? Just to, it's a very interesting question. Never probably in the history of our civilization, we have been living in a planet with love. Have you heard the term VUCA? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Okay, this is the world we're living in. Energy is a commodity, so it means that it's balanced between offer and demand. So as you can imagine, having something that is sustainable with a lot of pressure, either from offer or from demand in a complex world, I would say the probability of having some kind of crisis will be, I mean, the set is there, at least, right? If you add to that the consumptions are much more complex and need dependencies of energy as well, both on the raw materials as oil, but also electricity. And just imagine, most of you are using technology, AI, you have an idea of how much energy, electricity, but also thermal, the data centers consume. It's just amazing. So you're having a bigger and bigger demands on energy. We're at the same time trying to transition the way we produce power from oil or coal to more, environmentally friendly and reliable sources. So I would say it's the right scenario why we need entrepreneurs and people that need to think about new solutions, not only just technologies, but solutions to make this sector much more easier and more reliable. So yeah, if I had to put my money, I would say yes, we'll probably have another crisis. When, how, nobody knows. Any other question? I think there's one there.
First off, thank you very much for the presentation. And my question is, what are the leverage and the tools to work commonly out on this borderless transition, whilst countries can act on their own, such as the United States withdrawal of the Paris Agreement? Not sure.
I didn't understand the first part. What are the
leverage and the tools in our disposition to work out on that?
Oh, you mean you're probably relating to the last weeks or something that we're feeling like we're being leveraged on the energy. Is that the question?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yes. Well, at the end of the day, even if, for instance, in the United States, and of course it's very important, not only because of the importance of the United States in the global economy and demand in terms of resources, but don't think that because there's a president of such a big and important country that says go left, go right, the economy will follow him just like that. Mr. Trump, apparently, you don't like very much renewables, wind energy, etc. Okay, he can cut some subsidies, some support, but at the level of states, business, companies, people at home, they keep doing the same if it makes sense in economical terms. California and a lot of states around the United States, even if Washington says, well, forget renewables, that will not be a mandate for people to abandon that alternative. The same happens, as I was saying, with the famous appeal for oil companies to drill more. Drill more. Oil companies look at the market and don't think that the board of Chevron or ExxonMobil, because the president says what he said, will start drilling. The price is not very attractive at the time. And nowadays we will put hundreds of billions or billions and billions just because there's one guy, even if it's the president, saying, well, invest and drill. Just only because I want oil and gas, better price for for the economy and for people. So it will if you have the technology, competitive technologies, people will follow the money because it makes sense in economical terms. Of course, policymakers can accelerate those options by supporting with some instruments options and trying to attract people for what it makes sense. But if you have, as we have today, technologies that are better price than former technologies, they will keep running and present. And today, the good news is that it's cheaper to generate electricity with wind where you have wind, and you have wind, let's say, almost all around the world, and sun and even water. So the option will be guided by the cost, the price, and not a single voice saying that you have to do that or that.
Yeah. Let me just add something as well. Let's take China as an example, okay? And as you know, China doesn't have the same kind of environmental constraints that we have in Europe or even the US. They have invested in solar and wind more in the last 5 years than the whole world together. Why would they do that? Just because it makes sense. Like the power is cheaper if done by that. So once again, politicians have a role to play. It's a very important role, but in the end, the market is champion. So I think we have to probably, from an European standpoint, look at our interdependencies and keep going in our path to get more productivity with less emissions and cheaper power. Any more questions? I have one for Nuno. Just if you were seated on one of those seats and being students in university, what kind of skills do you think would be a key differentiator to be successful on an energy sector?
Well, that's a very good question. The energy sector, it's very complex, and if it affects every one of us. It's a main problem in terms of, in political terms. As I was saying, when you touch something regarding prices on energy, you have a lot of impacts in terms of the economy, in terms of families, if you increase the price of electricity or natural gas or whatever it is. So this for saying that when you look at the energy sector, you have to understand the complexity of the equation. It's not only a technological problem. You have to take into account that for instance, for doing something, you have to be focused on if people are ready to follow, to understand and to follow you. And that's why literacy, it's important. At the same time, you have to look at companies, the players, business related with the energy sector, which is huge. It's the biggest. And you have very big companies and corporations, and you have also a lot of small companies, a lot of services associated with the engineering and the maintenance of the energy system. So you have to take into account also what are the instruments, what you are proposing, if it makes sense for business. You have to, the example we are mentioning with President Trump, can say, okay, drill, but if it doesn't make sense to invest on more extraction of oil, nobody will follow the leader. You have to take to consider that also for doing something, you have to mobilize financing, to have people with the skills. So energy, it's not, let's say, a single technological approach. Energy is for people. And you have to offer, to propose things that make sense to people. You have to offer, to propose things that make sense for companies. You have to take also into account that governments are looking at this sector, and sometimes they, at the end of the day, the decision, it's not, let's say, the best decision in terms of what we want, in this case, energy transition and less emissions in terms of CO2 or it's proposals that in the short term, and the short term for governments in democracies is, let's say, 4 years. If it's the balance in terms of votes that they can benefit and votes that they can lose makes sense. It's really an horizontal approach because you really affect with your decisions from the common citizen to business to political staff, the economy, and that's why we have to, working in this area, we have to have a, let's say, a good technical background, but at the same time looking at society, at the economy, business, and even cultural traditions and approaches of people dealing with the energy they need.
Okay, no further questions. I'll call it any question? No. So just to close, I would like to raise your hand if everybody here would like to have free energy. If you'd like to have free energy, raise your hand. Easy, right? If you want to have very reliable and safe energy, raise your hand. What about if you could have
Energy that does no harm to the environment. Raise your hand. Now raise your hand if you think this is very easy to do. It's not. So that's why we need your generation to find the gaps between this. Okay, because this is the biggest challenges. Just like Nuno said, we have 3 pillars here. We can always choose one against the others, but finding a balancing solution, we need technology, we need market know-how, and we need to understand a little bit of finance, because without money, it's very difficult to get these solutions into practice. So, Nuno, thank you so much for today's presentation, and thank you for attending. Thank you.
This is a
So guys, let's start. Yes, you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our last session of today of the Inspirational Talks. My name is Belmar Izvanovic. I'm one of the professors of the entrepreneurship course, but also I have many roles, but mainly for this course, I'm a professor, but I also work in Madam Park, the Science Tech Incubator. And why I'm excited, to be honest, to be here for this session is because way back, well, now over 15 years ago, I also had kind of with my team, social initiative, a little bit of social entrepreneurship. So we're here to talk about what can we do good and also how it can be actually entrepreneurship. I know also it's the last session of the day, so we also, as we love to optimize, right? We're engineers. So what we'll optimize is with chocolates. How we're going to get to chocolates, I'll explain later. But before everything, I want to also present our speakers for today. And my great pleasure to present you first our dear Fernanda Lusa, our dear professor, also here with entrepreneurship, but also a VC and investor in many roles as well. We give a round of applause for Fernanda.
So, thank you. So welcome to this last session of the Inspirational Talks. Please use this QR code to register for this session. Try to get here with your phone. In the next slide, you'll be able to put your name, your first and second name, so I can control attendance, okay? So in order to inspire you for social entrepreneurship, I want to learn a little bit about what do you know about this subject, okay? So we are going to do a Mentimeter quiz. Have you already done a Mentimeter quiz? Can you raise your hands, the ones who already tried to do it? Some of my previous students did it, so they know how it works. So as my colleague Belma was saying, the winner of the Mentimeter quiz is going to receive a prize, which is chocolates for you, okay? So it's going to be only 4 questions, only very simple quiz to assess your social entrepreneurship knowledge and to motivate you a little bit, given that's the last session of the course. So, okay, did you all manage to enter in this QR code to participate in the Mentimeter quiz? Can I continue? Raise your hands if you didn't manage to enter. Everybody's on board. Okay, so let's move forward with the Mentimeter. Let's see if it's going to work. So now you can put your name, first and second name, and number. So we have hamburgers, fishes, phantoms. We have snowman. And I want to see who is going to be the winner here. Watermelon, strawberries, cats, vulcans. So please come in. You are arriving late. You are going to miss that. You need to enroll in this session with the Mentimeter code. The code number is there, 56358940. Okay, all done? Can we continue? We have 25 okays, so 26 okays. If you manage, please, go ahead. 47 okays, 49. So can we move on? No? If you lose connection, please use the Mentimeter code. You are going to win chocolates if you are the fastest one to answer the questions. You need to answer them fast and quickly to win the chocolates, okay? 75 avatars are shown, okay? Can I move on? If no, somebody wants me to stay a little bit more on this page, hands raised there, so let's wait a little bit. Okay, everybody ready? This is a science and technology school. You need to be very fast on this tech. Who is going to be the winner of today? Okay, let's move forward. So let's go for the first question. Hopefully it's going to work. Answer quickly to get more points. First question, who is a social entrepreneur? Look at your device, A, B, C, or D. Everybody answered? Somebody did not answer, otherwise I was going to move forward. 78. Please quickly answer the question. I maybe should reduce the time there. Okay? Who did not answer? Please answer quickly. Everybody answered? Probably not, because it's not moving. It didn't finish counting. I'm going to move on. I don't know if it's going to work if I move on. Let's see. So let's see. 78 got it correctly. And who is the leader person at the moment? The winning one who answered fastest and correctly the question is Afonso Costa. Who is Afonso Costa? Please, congratulations. For the moment, the winning guy. Next question, but we have 4 questions. Second question. Question 2 out of 4. Answer quickly to get more points. A social entrepreneur, typically, look at your device. Okay? 80 answers already. 81. 82. I'm going to finish the voting right now. 85 votes. Let's finish it. So who answer? Let me see how many answers correct. 84 correct answers. We have a good audience here. A social entrepreneur typically uses business methods to create positive social change. And the winning, let's see if Afonso continue to be the winning one, or if you have somebody that answered even faster. Wow, Eftalia. Who is Eftalia? Leading, oh, very good. Third question. Let's see the third question now. Answer quickly to get more votes, more points. Wow, where is it? What is my question 3? Oh my goodness, my Mentimeter is not working properly. It should be shown. Let me wait here. Yeah, which is the following is an example of a social enterprise. This is more difficult. I put too many minutes here. But anyway, 80 votes. When we arrive to 85, I'm going to close these votations. 83. Okay? Finish this voting. Everyone has voted. Okay, let's see the result. Very good. 62 in the correct answers. Very good. So a social enterprise is a company that sells products and reinvests it to support vulnerable people. So how many, let's see who is leading this. It seems that the leaderboard changed completely compared to previous one. Samuel, who is Samuel Gonçalves? Congratulations, good social entrepreneur. And let's go for our last question, question 4 out of 4 to see who is going to win the chocolates. So answer quickly to get more points. What distinguishes a social entrepreneur from a commercial entrepreneur? Easy question. Everyone has voted. Let's see the answer. Very good. 82 correct answers. Social entrepreneur focus on financial profit. My bad. Somebody here voted correct, wrongly. So let's see who is the winner of today's quiz. Who is going to receive the chocolate? Cha 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 cha. And the winner is. So Samuel Gonçalves, a big clap to Samuel. Samuel, please come in here. Did you receive the chocolates? What do you think? At least a very good game. Okay, very nice. A lot of motivation for us to wake up. So let me start my presentation now. Can you please put my PowerPoints? So, this is only a wake up exercise. It's not in presentation mode. Can you put it in presentation mode, please? Ariana, who is in the back? What's going on? It's not in presentation mode yet. We have some technical problems here. No way. So I'm going to give a short introduction on social entrepreneurship based on the quiz I gave. And then I'm going to pass the word to Ines, who is going to talk about unidades. I think it's going to be an interesting session, but it seems that we are having technical problems here. Why we cannot put this in PowerPoint mode? Seems that now it's going to work. Very good. So who is a social entrepreneur? As many of you already answered correctly, is somebody who seeks to solve social problems or create positive impact on society. So basically, you have examples of social entrepreneurship in different areas. You can innovate, you can create a technology, a cheap technology, for instance, a paper technology based on paper, to detect malaria and HIV. It's a low-cost technology, given that the support of the diagnostic kit is a paper. You can have like examples of social entrepreneurship in education, like social enterprise that train unemployed youth in digital or green skills. Also in environmental, so you have this company that tests the water quality and at the same time employs marginalized population. So you have different kinds of social entrepreneurship. But what is the difference between these two types of entrepreneurs? Commercial entrepreneurs, they really focus on profit, of creating profit, while social entrepreneurs, they have this focus of addressing social and environmental challenges, operating either as non-profit, but they can also be profit organizations. The commercial entrepreneurs are very motivated, persistent, and visionary, but the social entrepreneurships, besides these characteristics, they have also this social impact mindset. In case of commercial entrepreneurs, like the funding comes from business angels, venture capitalists. In the case of social entrepreneurs, they also look for government grants, European funds, etc. The CEO in commercial entrepreneurs, he's very much focused on profit, and also he needs to report the management to the company owners, to shareholders. So the CEO is the one who manages a company. It's different from a president. President of a company represents the owner's capital. The CEO is the manager of the company, and he reports to the company owners. In the case of commercial entrepreneurs. In the case of social entrepreneurs, they also have many times governance mechanisms, because they have entities that are going to see if they are really continuing to have a social mission. So they are constantly under check if they are following this social mission they are supposed to follow, okay, to have. So commercial entrepreneurs aiming solely at profit, while social entrepreneurs have a social scope. But what is very interesting, and many people don't know, is that social entrepreneurship can also have profits. And you have a huge scale of a huge number of different business models. So on the three first ones, on the left-hand side, the traditional non-profit with income generating, and social enterprise, their mission motive is social, while the three other business models are profit-making motive business models. So they have as a mission, main mission, profit. Okay, so there are different degrees here, a hybrid spectrum. From traditional non-profit to the other extreme, traditional for-profit organization. So looking it into more detail, the traditional non-profit organization, pure traditional non-profit organizations are NGOs. For instance, can you give me an example of an NGO? Greenpeace, Red Cross, and NGOs, usually they have this worldwide focus. While IPSS, this is typically Portuguese, they are local, non-profit organizations like we have here Santa Casa de Misericórdia. So they are traditional non-profit. But we have other types of social entrepreneurship. We have non-profit, but with profit-generating activities. They use the profit to reinvest in the organization or in the social cause. We may find some examples, for instance, Casa Pia, some schools that might have this model. Then we have the social enterprise, also has a social mission, and profit is not necessarily reinvested, but can also be distributed to the company owners. This is more rare to find, but we can also find here these kind of examples. Then, now we are going to move to the other three last business models. The social responsible businesses, they have as the main mission profit, but they have this corporate social responsibility very strong in their business model. And this is an example of, we have here EDP, because EDP, the renewable energies are incorporating sustainability in their production process. You know, it's not something outside the company. So it's inside their functional mode. Jerónimo Martins, when he have the sustainable value chain, Jerónimo Martins is the owner of Pingo Doce, of supermarket chains, and they bet on sustainable value chains, but they are profit-oriented with strong social mission in it too. And IKEA, for instance, when IKEA uses renewable and recyclable materials, they have also this very strong corporate social responsibility. So they are social responsible business with profit-oriented motive. So I think the modern business models have this dual mission. They are not only profit, but they also have this social mission. And the social mission, it means that they incorporate in all their production process sustainable practices, and even dealing with their employees and so on. Then we have the other corporate practicing social responsibility. The corporation practicing social responsibility, they are for-profit companies that they integrate social and environmental initiatives into their business operations, but not so strongly as the previous one. McDonald's, they try to, they have the McDonald's Foundation and so on, but they are not so much into social mission as the social responsible business. And finally, we have the traditional for-profit. This traditional for-profit model is really out-fashioned. We cannot find any more companies, very large companies, that have zero corporate social responsibility. So this pure profit, for-profit organizations, really, it's very difficult to find examples on that. So what is very important when I'm talking about that, what I want you to understand is that social entrepreneurship doesn't mean non-profit organizations. You have a several number. You have, here I showed 7 different business models with different degrees of social impact and different business models. So basically, the equilibrium the world is standing to is social enterprise and social responsible business. This is probably the future with this dual mission, with a profit mission and also a social mission, a corporate social responsibility mission. This is the modern business models and where we are going towards. So basically, after this overview of social entrepreneurship, I would like to invite Inés to talk about Unidades. She's a social entrepreneur, founded a social entrepreneur startup, and she's going to share her experience with you. So thank you very much, Inés, for coming here.
Thank you. I will change to Portuguese. I'm sorry for those non-speakers. Aqui para frente, não é? Então, não vos vou ensinar nada, vou-vos apenas contar a minha história da criação desta, não é uma startup, é uma associação sem fins lucrativos, chamada Unidades. Vou-vos explicar um bocadinho o que é Unidades e vou-vos explicar um bocadinho como é que foi todo este processo até chegar onde estamos hoje em dia. Nós temos já 2 anos de funcionamento, tudo começou há 3 anos atrás. Mas porquê que isto começou e porquê que isto surgiu, esta vontade de criar esta associação? Começou há uns bons anos atrás, antes, num programa de voluntariado que eu fazia, onde entregava refeições em casa de pessoas idosas que moravam sozinhas e estavam isoladas e não tinham capacidade de confeccionar os seus almoços, e então íamos entregar. E nesse momento percebi que estas pessoas que recebiam as refeições, mais do que receber as refeições, o que elas queriam era companhia, era conversa. Ficava ali horas à conversa com elas e comecei-me a perceber que naquela zona onde isto acontecia havia uma solidão enorme e uma necessidade de colmatar esta solidão. Então criei um novo programa chamado Projeto Mãos Dadas, na zona de Cascais, Estoril, onde arranjava voluntários para visitarem estas pessoas que estavam sozinhas em casa numa base semanal. E este projeto começou a correr muito bem e deu-me muito gozo, mas enquanto era apenas voluntariado e eu tinha um outro trabalho. A minha formação de base é designer, mas nesta altura da vida comecei a perceber que o que eu estava a fazer não me estava a preencher totalmente e fiquei nesta dúvida de para onde é que vou seguir o meu caminho. E o que eu sabia é que o que mais gozo me dava era esta parte do projeto de voluntariado com os séniores, gostava muito de trabalhar nesta área dos séniores. E então, antes de mais, o que eu fui fazer foi especializar-me um bocadinho mais nesta área. Fui fazer uma pós-graduação em psicogerontologia e aprender um bocadinho mais sobre o envelhecimento ativo, saudável, como é que é o processo do envelhecimento e o que é que são as necessidades das pessoas mais velhas e tudo mais. E durante esta pós-graduação fui pensando o que é que eu poderia fazer. E nisto deparei-me com um artigo de uma reportagem sobre um programa parecido com o da Unidades, que entretanto vim a fundar mais tarde, num país, na Holanda, que juntavam jovens em casa de séniores a conviver. E achei aquilo muito interessante, fui ver e em Lisboa não havia nada a fazer, não havia ninguém que o fizesse de forma estruturada e achei que fazia todo sentido e portanto até o resto da minha pós-graduação foi terminada com base a estudar também esta área de negócio, o que é que havia, o que é que não havia, benchmark, tudo isso, foi muito bom. Mas depois o que é que eu percebi também? Que sozinha, portanto, percebi que era muito giro criar este projeto em Lisboa, mas não o queria fazer sozinha. Acho que 2 pessoas funciona, é mais fácil, apoiamos-nos uma à outra, complementamos-nos muito, e então fui buscar a Leonor, que está ali comigo na fotografia, que é também fundadora da Unidades. Ela estava à procura de novos desafios, tinha acabado de chegar a Portugal de um outro país, e aceitou este desafio de começar a unidades. E então tivemos, antes de lançar, penso que uns 6 meses a desenhar o que é que seria e a pensar como é que iríamos implementar em Lisboa, a ver dos outros programas todos que existiam na Europa, o que é que eles faziam, quais é que tinham mais impacto, porque, o que é que poderíamos fazer diferente aqui em Portugal, e isto foi tudo muito pensado, mas também percebemos que precisávamos de ajuda, e então inscrevemos-nos num programa de mentoria que nos deu durante um ano inteiro formação. Era uma mentoria para startups, era da Santa Casa da Misericórdia, chama-se a Casa do Impacto, que tem bastantes programas de mentoria, e então durante um ano também fomos aprender um bocadinho mais com quem sabe, com quem percebe muito de startups, de impacto e tudo mais, e foram-nos ajudando a desenhar da melhor forma possível o nosso programa. E então, em dezembro de 2024, lançámos a Unidades no mercado português. A Unidades é isto que ali está, são 2 gerações distintas, pessoas idosas e pessoas jovens que compartilham a mesma casa. Os números estavam a nosso favor porque, de facto, são 2 problemas muito iminentes agora na nossa sociedade. Temos em Lisboa mais de 150 mil séniores que vivem totalmente sozinhos, e de todos os nossos séniores portugueses, 70% admite sentir solidão. Portanto, é de facto uma camada da sociedade que está muito sozinha e que tem pena, não gosta, não é? Não é só o estar sozinho, é sentir-se sozinho e não ser essa a sua vontade. Por outro lado, temos os estudantes, tínhamos na altura que criámos o projeto cerca de 175 mil estudantes deslocados, para os quais havia uma falha de cerca de 97 mil camas no mercado. Portanto, muitos estudantes deixavam de ingressar no ensino superior por não terem capacidade de pagar o alojamento e não terem ofertas acessíveis para eles. E então percebemos isto, que com estas 2 gerações, com os mais velhos e os mais jovens, podíamos resolver estes 2 problemas numa solução que seria simples, humana e sustentável. E criámos a Unidades. As vantagens para os séniores são muitas, passam a ter companhia, apoio nas suas tarefas do dia-a-dia, mais segurança para estarem em casa. Muitos têm medo de estar em casa sozinhos, principalmente a partir de uma certa idade, medo que lhes aconteça alguma coisa e que ninguém vá perceber isso, vá reparar e ficarem caídos no chão à noite. E então ter alguém que está próximo e que pelo menos deita um olho e só pode chamar uma emergência se for preciso, é uma grande segurança para estas pessoas. E vão ter uma vida também bastante mais conectada, mais alegre, com companhia. Tudo isto estimula e faz com que o envelhecimento seja muito mais saudável e longevo. Por parte dos estudantes, conseguem aqui também um alojamento bastante mais acessível, conseguem um ambiente familiar para estudar, com companhia também, com afeto, com partilha, muitas vezes com um bolinho feito pela dona da casa quando o estudante está a chegar, coitadinho que anda a estudar tanto e então tem assim uns miminhos especiais. Portanto, conseguem ter, em vez de, às vezes, aquelas residências onde a pessoa tem que alugar apenas um quarto e ficar fechada no quarto a noite inteira, aqui conseguem ter um lar acolhedor e bastante mais familiar. E nós, Unidades, então, o que é que fazemos? Como é que funcionamos? Primeiro que tudo, tivemos que trabalhar num processo de triagem e de matching eficiente. E aí fomos juntar uma equipa de informáticos e de neurocientistas que nos ajudaram a fazer estes formulários para a triagem, a conseguirmos perceber melhor o perfil dos estudantes e para depois também que conseguíssemos escalar, ter aqui um algoritmo que rapidamente nos dissesse, sim senhor, para este sénior temos estes estudantes todos que são os mais compatíveis, e é sobre esses depois que trabalhamos. Portanto, há uma plataforma aqui de base que nos acelera o processo, mas depois fazemos também validamos presencialmente, portanto conhecemos todas as pessoas e fazemos entrevistas presenciais, às vezes online, às vezes presenciais, mas pronto, há um processo tecnológico que começa e depois é validado e terminado presencialmente. Depois fazemos contratos e fazemos o acompanhamento do relacionamento, da convivência ao longo do tempo todo. O que é que conseguimos aqui? Que estas casas e que estas duas gerações consigam viver com propósito, com companhia, conexão e acompanhamento. Ou seja, no propósito temos tanto os jovens como os séniores sentem que a sua vida também tem sentido pelo facto de estarem a ajudar uma pessoa. Os jovens ajudam os séniores a terem uma vida mais ativa, fazem-lhes companhia. Os séniores ajudam os estudantes também a terem este acesso à casa. Esta companhia também é muito importante. Ao longo do programa, destes 2 anos de funcionamento, temos vindo a perceber que a solidão nos jovens também é uma problemática e que é muito valorizada esta companhia, não só pelos séniores, também pelos estudantes. Portanto, esta conexão é muito importante entre ambos. E o acompanhamento, no fundo, para garantirmos que tudo corre bem, portanto, nesta convivência estamos sempre em comunicação e com visitas regulares e telefonemas regulares, tanto ao sénior como ao jovem, para perceber que está tudo a correr bem. Já fizemos muitas parelhas, tem sido, de facto, muito emocionante ver vidas a serem transformadas, casas onde havia silêncio, hoje em dia há partilha, há sorrisos, pessoas que não pisavam na cozinha voltaram a cozinhar e a preparar refeições a 2. Temos muitas histórias, todas muito reconfortantes e que dão sentido, de facto, a isto tudo que nós fazemos, que nem sempre é fácil, mas cada história positiva que temos dá-nos assim mais gasolina para conseguirmos continuar. E agora contar-vos um bocadinho como é que foi o percurso na fundação desta associação. A primeira coisa que nos deparamos foi um bocadinho isto que dizia a professora Fernanda. O que é que vamos ser? Vamos ser uma empresa com fins lucrativos? Vamos ser uma associação sem fins lucrativos? E estávamos com esta dúvida. E fomos tendo algumas reuniões com possíveis parceiros. E o que é que nós percebemos? Que nesta área social, se fôssemos uma empresa social, muitas portas se iriam fechar. Percebemos que tínhamos que ter parceiros. Uma das questões fulcrais do nosso programa é angariarmos o maior número de donos de casa possível. E para angariar precisamos de parcerias, precisamos trabalhar com as juntas de freguesia, com as universidades sénior, com os centros de dia, com todas estas instituições que trabalham a terceira idade. E percebemos do início que estas instituições receberiam-nos muito melhor se fôssemos uma associação sem fins lucrativos. E foi por aí que enverdámos. Mas não queríamos ficar dependentes dos financiamentos. Muitas vezes conhecemos instituições que começam apoiadas em financiamentos externos e depois o financiamento termina e o programa e o projeto termina também. E, portanto, não queríamos que isto acontecesse. Portanto, logo no início, quando desenhámos o nosso programa, pensámos numa forma que ele fosse sustentável. Iríamos precisar, sim, de um apoio de financiamentos externos no início, mas não queríamos estar sempre dependentes dele. Seria um apoio para um arranque e depois a ideia é que consigamos caminhar pelas nossas pernas e fazer isto que se estava a falar há bocadinho, que é, ou seja, tudo o que recebermos a mais será reinvestido para o crescimento e para termos mais impacto na nossa sociedade e na nossa organização. Portanto, o impacto também foi um tema difícil, porque quisemos desde o início que isto tivesse muito impacto, não é? Aquela palavra de ordem e queremos logo que chegar e mudar a sociedade e agora vamos fazer centenas de casas, de pares a conviver juntos, e o que nos deparamos é que não foi isso. No início foi difícil. Era uma casa e depois eram 2 e depois eram 3, depois passa a 2 outra vez porque desistem, porque tudo mais. Portanto, durante o primeiro ano tivemos um número pequeno de pares e com muita vontade de ter um número maior, mas a ter que aceitar. Este crescimento, não sei se por ser também dentro desta área social, é um programa novo que não existia em Lisboa, as pessoas não estão habituadas a partilhar casa, portanto é preciso convencer as pessoas, é preciso nós irmos aprendendo a fazer cada vez melhor também, o acompanhamento aos pares tem que ser cada vez mais cuidado. Portanto, fizemos um primeiro ano piloto, onde percebemos que sim senhor, isto pode funcionar, tem pernas para andar, há muito caminho ainda pela frente, para termos de facto impacto na sociedade, precisamos ainda de mais, precisamos de mais parcerias, precisamos de repensar um bocadinho. Agora, por exemplo, começámos uma nova formação, uma nova mentoria para escalar o programa Unidades, para pensarmos em formas criativas de conseguirmos angariar o maior número de séniores, o maior número de jovens e para conseguirmos fazê-lo de forma estruturada. Portanto, isto para vos dizer que este impacto nem sempre é automático, não é no primeiro momento, tem que haver um crescimento, mas depois olhando para trás também pensamos, ainda bem que os números não escalaram logo tão rápido, porque não tínhamos capacidade de os gerir com qualidade. Portanto, olhando para trás, acho que tudo fez muito sentido e o crescimento foi lento e está a ser lento, mas está a ser o que tem que ser para conseguirmos ter qualidade também no serviço que prestamos. O que é que achamos neste percurso que tem sido importante neste caminhar? É a resiliência, era isto que eu vos dizia, de perceber que nem sempre é na velocidade que nós queremos. Por exemplo, cada vez que um par terminava, para mim era um morro na barriga, porque tanto esforço a tentar que aquela relação corresse bem e que aquele par prolongasse por muitos anos e de repente aconteciam imprevistos, às vezes coisas que não podíamos controlar, a saúde do sénior que se deteriora, o estudante que vai para Erasmus, mas muitos pares foram terminando também, muitos foram começando, muitos foram terminando também, portanto aceitar que isto faz parte, o recomeçar, continuar, faz parte do nosso programa e essa aceitação é muito importante. Aprender com os nossos erros, perceber, sim senhor, este par terminou, não se deram bem, por exemplo, porquê? O que é que poderíamos ter feito melhor? Portanto, estar sempre a tentar ter uma visão positiva com as falhas, com os erros que vamos cometendo, tentar perceber aonde podemos melhorar. Depois também achámos que foi muito importante perceber que não conseguimos fazer sozinhas. Não temos um know-how tão amplo assim e, portanto, há pessoas mais especializadas em diversas áreas e tudo o que nós pudermos beber dessas ajudas é ótimo. E, portanto, a formação que fizemos, as formações que fizemos foram e têm sido muito importantes. As parcerias que temos com muitas entidades, temos muitos parceiros, todos nos vão ajudando em determinados aspectos da nossa associação, temos ajudas de voluntários também, portanto, sabermos que temos que contar com os outros é também muito importante no nosso caminho. E por fim, acreditar, ter fé no nosso projeto e ir em frente. O sermos duas tem sido muito bom, porque quando uma se vai um bocadinho mais abaixo, a outra está mais animada e vamos nos puxando uma à outra, mas no fundo perceber e basta um par daqueles correr bem e nós sentirmos que a sua vida está melhor, está muito mais feliz, mais segura e mais acompanhada para todo este esforço valer a pena. Olhando aqui para trás também, o que eu sinto e o que eu tenho sentido é que quando sentimos que estamos a fazer a opção certa na nossa vida, as portas vão se abrindo. E senti muito isto quando mudei para este ramo e para este novo projeto, sentir que aquilo fazia sentido na minha vida, fazia sentido para a sociedade e de repente olhamos para trás e pensam como é que as peças do puzzle se juntaram todas na hora certa, no momento certo. É incrível, é comovente e hoje também e ontem a fazer uma retrospectiva do que é que vos vinha aqui falar. Pensei aqui em vários acontecimentos que foram acontecendo durante o desenhar do projeto e durante pronto, tudo o que estava a acontecer. Tudo vai acontecendo na hora certa. Durante a minha pós-graduação eu recebo uma reportagem de um amigo meu a dizer: Inês, olha este projeto da Holanda, é tão giro, isto era a tua cara. E aquilo veio na hora certa. Depois fui escolher a Leonor como sócia e apanhei uma pessoa que é espetacular, que se complementa imenso comigo, damos muito bem neste programa e também foi na hora certa, ela estava desempregada e de repente juntámos-nos as duas. Depois, quando estávamos a lançar a Unidades, tivemos a feliz coincidência de perceber que a Mel estava a querer lançar também um tema para o Natal que fosse também apelativo e que abordasse o alojamento estudantil e eles souberam que nós estávamos a lançar a Unidades e então fizeram a campanha de Natal com base nesta ideia de partilha de casa entre gerações e logo nessa altura choveram-nos candidaturas, isto foi logo no lançamento, foi uma sorte também inacreditável. Os financiamentos que fomos conseguindo até agora, muitos deles estamos sempre na dúvida, não é? Se somos nós que conseguimos ou se são outras entidades ao nosso lado que também têm trabalhos espetaculares, mas fomos conseguindo. Os voluntariados, os voluntários que apareceram na hora certa. Agora, por exemplo, apareceu-nos uma empresa que está em regime pro bono porque também adora o nosso programa e o que nós fazemos e, portanto, está-nos a ajudar nesta parte de, no Google, fazer os anúncios do Google e de repente temos tido muito mais candidaturas com esta ajuda, que também veio na hora certa, as formações que têm surgido na hora certa, pronto. Portanto, isto para vos dizer que eu acho que quando sentimos que estamos a fazer o caminho certo, tudo vai acontecendo e tudo vai encaixando e a coisa faz e vale a pena. É isto. Vou-vos só deixar com um pequeno vídeo para vocês perceberem o que é Unidades na primeira pessoa. É muito rápido, é um minutinho.
Seja bem-vinda! Luma tem 20 anos, Quitério 85 e Luís já passou os 90. Partilham o mesmo teto desde novembro, quando Luma se mudou com malas e bagagens.
A Luma veio e foi uma lufada de ar fresco que entrou na minha casa, porque eu vivia muito, mas mesmo muito, na solidão. E foi assim que eu conheci a Unidades, que é uma maravilha de programa.
Um programa que, muito mais do que idades, une também vidas.
Este projeto surgiu aqui para combater dois problemas da sociedade. Por um lado, o isolamento e a solidão dos mais velhos, e por outro lado, a falta de alojamento estudantil dos mais novos. Entretanto, também, pelo caminho, vamos percebendo que também outro problema que estamos a combater é o isolamento, também, ou a solidão, também dos mais jovens.
Eu não conhecia muito bem a capital, eu estava sozinha, não conhecia ninguém aqui, então foi um pouquinho assustador no começo.
Luma nasceu em Santos, no Brasil. Filha de mãe espanhola, viveu na Galiza antes de aterrar na capital portuguesa, onde estuda arte e humanidades. Em Quitéria, encontrou não só um lugar para viver, mas também um amparo.
Achei bom que teria alguém mais velho que me amparasse, que poderia me ajudar um pouco nessa parte, porque, como eu disse, eu não tenho família aqui, então eu achei bom ter um espaço um pouco mais confortável do que só alugar um quarto em Lisboa.
A natureza mais introvertida de Luma não a impediu de ficar à vontade com a Quitéria logo no primeiro encontro.
Ela, de repente, me botou para dançar no meio da sala, sem música nem nada. Ela já me mostrou o cavaquinho, começou a tocar o cavaquinho. Era uma senhora super gentil, muito acolhedora e uma pessoa muito boa.
Cirandinha, vamos todos cirandar, vamos dar a meia volta. Os candidatos são escolhidos a dedo. Interesses e compatibilidades são passados a pente fino e depois das entrevistas chega o momento de estudantes e idosos se conhecerem.
É um programa que coloca duas pessoas a viver debaixo do mesmo teto. Isto parece que é simples, que é assim, senhora, aqui um instante precisa, há um idoso que precisa e vamos juntá-los, mas não é assim tão simples, de facto tem que ser feito com muito cuidado. E cada vez mais percebemos que quanto mais cuidado colocamos neste processo de triagem e de matching, melhor corre depois a convivência.
Sabia que a Unidades não mandava uma pessoa qualquer cá para casa. Ela hoje está cá, a casa, ela está à vontade, pronto, se quer ir para a varanda, vai para a varanda, se quer ir, inclusive, ela sabe, inclusive à noite, quando o meu marido se deita, nós brincamos, os três, com o meu marido, que infelizmente ele não fala, mas gosta de brincar. Ela, como é uma criança, ele, infelizmente, também é uma criança.
Luís sofre da doença de Alzheimer há cerca de 4 anos.
Ele senta-se aqui, eu sento-me aqui, ele uma senta aqui. E então, fazemos isto. Trabalhamos, porque ele, apesar de tudo, ele tem, como é que eu ia dizer, ele sabe acertar a música, ou com palmas até.
Bom, eu enganei-me e pus a versão mais extensa em vez de ser a mais curta. Eu não queria que o vídeo fosse tão extenso. Mas aqui foi só já um cheirinho para perceberem o que é esta convivência intergeracional, como pode mudar a vida das pessoas. E agora estou aberta também a dúvidas, se quiserem.
Ótimo. Obrigada, Inês. Muito obrigada. Por favor, senta. Fernanda, também pode sentar lá. E nosso último guest, I will switch to English, sorry. Our last guest, but not the least, obviously, Katia, please, you can join us. Katia is an operating manager of LifeShaker, right? The local community organizations that we have here in Almada. I will just ask the mic for Katia, thank you. And Katia, maybe you can introduce what do you do, what is LifeShaker, and what's your connection actually with social entrepreneurship?
Eu posso falar em português também, não posso? Há muita gente aqui que não percebe.
Well, I think we have some Erasmus students.
I will try to speak in English, but sorry beforehand. So my name is Katia, and I work in LifeShaker Associação, as Balma was saying. And LifeShaker Associação is at Monte da Caparica. Do you know Monte da Caparica? Because I feel like Egas Muniz students and FCT students don't go a lot to that part, so that's why I'm asking. So we are in Monte da Caparica and we work with young people. We were founded in 2009 and by a group of young people that wanted to do music, but they didn't have the opportunity to do it because they were in the wrong place, not knowing a lot about the opportunities they had. And so they started to try to find opportunities for young people that were near them also. And then they started to do a lot of things that didn't have nothing to do with music, activities for young people, other things. And nowadays we have a lot of projects. One of them is a music studio that was founded in 2021. So only now they have the music studio. And basically, LifeShaker develops ideas of young people and try to transform them in projects. that have social impact, because our mainly projects are answers to social problems. So we have a project for young kids that have activities every day in our spaces. We have the music studio that is free for everyone. So if you like music, you can join us. And we have a lot of other projects. And nowadays we have a project called Jobs Airport that was born now with Madden Park. We are a center of, como é que eu traduzo isto? Centro de Empreendedorismo de Impacto, Impact Entrepreneurship Center, okay? And we try to help young people that want to transform their ideas into social impact projects and inglês é difícil.
Tá bom, tá bom.
It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay, everyone. I think, yeah, it's very fluent. Okay. Thank you. You want something to add, or we will wait for some questions?
I'm not sure if I was, if you understood what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think pretty much, definitely. Yeah.
Basically, we try to help young people from idea until having a project that they can do it by themselves.
Awesome.
That have social impact.
Yeah, they have social. Awesome. Thank you, Katya. Thank you. Have a seat, please. Thank you to all three of you. And I think we definitely will have a very interesting discussion. And please, this is an open engagement, so I will ask some questions, but definitely feel free to ask questions. I will start with Nesh, because I was very particularly listening to you. Nesh, congrats again. I think it's a great idea, given that I'm paying rent here. I don't know how am I paying rent. And up to which point it will become more like a Hunger Games sequel than paying rent in Lisbon, which I think definitely the solution is there. But my dear Nesh, how do you make money? Yeah.
We receive from the students a monthly fee, and also from the students and the seniors an inscription fee,
like a subscription model.
Subscription, yes, when they start co-living.
Awesome. Why am I asking? Because, well, I don't know, guys. This might be also an opportunity because, because of all the prices and everything. So, do you have like an open call? They just go on your website and log in and.
Yes. The registration is in our website, and then we ask people to fulfill a form. And then we interview them, and then we try to make the match.
The match.
Yes, the match.
Awesome. And one of my questions here is actually for all of you. How do you actually balance the financial and the sustainable side? What do you see, which is the biggest challenge balancing that? Because you're also for profit, but for pure profit, as Fernanda was saying, it's very easy. I mean, they probably have some corporate social responsibility program and that's it. And basically their main point is, let's make money. And okay, we will pay something. We will clean the beach. But you don't do that. You do absolutely the opposite.
Yes,
so
yes.
What's the challenge there? How do you mitigate that?
The challenge is not depend the external financial, right?
Exactly.
So we have to have many pairs co-living so we can be sustainable.
Yeah. So
that's the big challenge.
So it's a numbers game in the end.
More or less, we have to have more than 80 people living together.
So that's your margin.
Houses. Yes.
So 18 people per month.
Per month.
Co-living,
yes.
Co-living. And you manage that?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not
okay,
yet.
Well,
we are still depending from external financial.
but as I mentioned earlier, like I was also working in something that had a lot to do with social entrepreneurship. We were actually matching. I'm from Sarajevo, from Bosnia. So the artists have a problem when they go to the academia, that they only have one show, one exhibition per 4 years. I don't know how is it here. So basically, you go to the Academy of Fine Arts and you only have one exhibition per 4 years. That's not that visible. Your work is not that visible. So what we did, we took their work and installed it in the building foyers, in the building entrances. So basically we make public exhibitions. We didn't start as a social enterprise, but in the end we finished by how other people, other business managers saw it, and they started to buy work from different artists, and that's how we found us in the end. So I know this, like starting off and coming to basically being a stable business lasts in a way. So in your case, what would you say? How long was that? Is that actually?
How long do you...
From being we are still with external to we will go to be sustainable.
We thought it would be faster than it is, in fact. We thought that maybe 1-2 years we would need external financial, but now we're not sure. I hope that at the end of this year we will get there.
Okay, that's also great.
We never know.
But that's just 2 years. That's nothing, actually.
2 years already, then it will be the third year.
Third year.
Yes.
I think.
But I think it's okay.
It's more than great. Absolutely. Go ahead, Fernanda, please.
I think it's excellent to see here an example, a clear example that NGOs, the completely non-profit organization, also are not the model to follow, you know, and as well as the total for-profit organizations. These two extremes are disappearing. What the social mission organizations want, they want to have revenues in order to have a sustainable business. That's what Ines is saying. We need at least 80, I think, as far as I understood, you need your number is 80 in order to be sustainable, in order to have revenues that I can reinvest in my business without depending in external organizations. So it's very important for you. Some of you may want to pursue like a social entrepreneurship project during this entrepreneurship course, but it's very important to clarify that you can have profits, you can have revenue, and reinvest in your own business in order to be not dependent to external organizations.
Absolutely, yeah. And maybe a question now for Katja. Katja, and also all of you actually, but is it more fun working with social enterprise than with usual business?
Actually, we, as I was saying, we started as a group of volunteers that wanted to do things, and nowadays I feel like we are trying to depend cada vez menos, lesser, like Ines was saying, from other from external entities, and it's really difficult. But we are starting to have some private partners, and so it's getting, it's slow, but it's becoming a reality. But I think it's funnier. I don't know. It's difficult because we are dealing with different backgrounds, because we are working with people that live difficult lives. And so it's really good when we see difference, like when we work with the kids and we see that we are teaching them something about sustainability or about digital competences. It's really good because we are trying to create opportunities for them. And so sometimes it's funny. It's really funny to see their development or how they are growing. But sometimes it's really not that funny because we wanted to do more and sometimes we can't.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but when I saw also the smiles on the faces over there, that's a beautiful, sorry, over there, like the final pictures that you had. That's why it's all worth it in the end. Perfect. And guys, questions? Yes. Sorry, before, hold on.
The mic here. There is a question.
There is a question, but I promise chocolates. So whoever raises a question gets Kinder Bueno until we're out of Kinder Bueno. So here we go.
It's here in the second row.
Third row, middle.
Third row.
Not middle, sorry, more on the left.
Okay. You want me to make it in English or Portuguese?
Maybe English, because there's
Okay.
also a lot.
My question is for Inês. I was looking for the report on financial in 2024, and you have more than 80% of donation and kind of 6.8 on service. So you have this monthly fee, and also you have the contract that I don't know how you call that, but first of all, how you can manage to get so much donations to make this happen, and what are you looking for to get to those numbers? And also, in order to do that, you can connect to solve the problem of do have in Portugal in habitational from students, and solving the problem for the elderly, and how can you also manage to control to not have problems between the both of them, or I don't know how to say it, like the host and the students, so they can be in peace and not have like legal issues with that. If you know what I mean.
He's a McKinsey expert already.
Your first question about how we get, how we had money in the beginning. We were very lucky, as I said earlier. We won an event. It was Rock in Law. It was an event, and everything. It was for us. I think I'll change to Portuguese. I'm sorry. Tivemos evento que foi evento, concerto feito pelos maiores escritórios de advogados de Portugal, e tudo veio para a Unidades, tudo o que eles recolheram nesse evento. Portanto, e também já ganhámos o prémio BPI La Caixa este ano. Também conseguimos agora para as próximas despesas. Portanto, temos concorrido a financiamentos e temos conseguido. Em relação ao que me perguntou de como é que conseguimos que o relacionamento dos pares seja pacífico, a grande regra é mantermos-nos próximos e não deixarmos que os pequenos problemas se tornem grandes. Portanto, temos que fazer telefonemas muito regulares e percebendo e ir sentindo como é que aquela relação está a correr. Se virmos que já não está tão bem como estava, ali qualquer coisa, estamos com uma coach a trabalhar connosco, começou como voluntária, agora neste momento já está a ser paga, que faz esta gestão de conflitos. É uma pessoa muito especializada e já com muita prática em relacionamentos humanos, portanto ela entra em ação sempre que vemos que é necessário e tenta que volte a colocar o relacionamento nos carris. Muitas vezes são pequenas coisas que vão estragando e conseguirmos perceber e identificar o que é que estragou, a partir de quando é que começaram a piorar o relacionamento, porquê, e tentar resolver por aí, muitas vezes solucionou. Outras vezes, depois de várias tentativas, percebíamos que aquela parelha continuava ali um bocadinho em choque e que as personalidades de facto não se ajustavam muito. E então, quando assim é, e depois das várias tentativas, tentamos reorganizar, ou seja, colocamos o estudante numa outra casa e arranjamos um outro estudante para essa pessoa. Tentamos fazer tudo com calma, mas o que é muito importante é isso, é acompanharmos de perto para quando chegarmos ao problema não estar já um problema muito, muito grande.
Eu também pergunto isso por conta de toda uma questão de às vezes, maltrato com os idosos, ou então, por exemplo, como o senhor do vídeo sofria de Alzheimer, para conseguir ter uma noção de até que ponto é que consegue ter essa relação sustentável.
Sim, é isso, é o acompanhamento muito de próximo e nem sempre às vezes só com os séniores, estamos também muito em ligação com os filhos, porque às vezes os séniores, lá está, ou não têm capacidade de nos dizer, ou não querem magoar o estudante ou tudo mais, mas através dos filhos conseguimos perceber, olha, minha mãe está descontente com isto ou com aquilo, e então, articulando assim, também conseguimos gerir melhor a coisa. Agora, nunca tivemos situação de maus tratos de estudante com os idosos, nunca tivemos roubos, graças a Deus, até agora, nunca tivemos assim nada de sério. Esta triagem é feita, nós pedimos registros criminais aos estudantes e aos donos das casas, pedimos comprovativo de inscrição na universidade, chamamos as famílias também a participarem, ou seja, o estudante quando vai para a casa do idoso, na primeira ou segunda visita, o pai ou a mãe do estudante também estão presentes, se possível, se não é possível, em videochamada pelo menos, para também conhecermos um bocadinho a dinâmica da família, do estudante, para que não aconteçam imprevistos desses.
E já agora também, em termos legais, para conseguir salvaguardar esse tipo de imprevisto como empresa, que tipo de recurso aqui usa? Por exemplo, os contratos de coabitação, que seria?
Sim, nós temos, a nossa parceira também é a PLMJ, e portanto os contratos estão todos muito bem desenhados e salvaguardados para o sénior, para o estudante, para nós unidades. Fazes contratos de comodato ou contratos de arrendamento. Nós, para angariarmos mais séniores, temos essa segunda opção, que é também não ser só uma comparticipação de despesas, ser o sénior também poder receber alguma coisa com a estadia do estudante. Não é uma renda muito alta, nós temos este compromisso com os estudantes que o valor de uma casa na unidade estará sempre abaixo do valor médio do mercado, portanto a renda que permite, e é o pacote que ele paga, portanto o pacote da renda mais o FII mensal que paga a nossa associação, e já com despesas e tudo mais, nunca estará acima do valor médio do mercado, que neste momento na cidade de Lisboa está em 485 euros. Portanto, estará sempre abaixo disso ou muito abaixo. É isso.
Ok, obrigado.
Okay, thank you. And still counts as one question, sorry. So one Kinder Bueno.
Nice.
So we have another one.
Hello, I'm from Greece, so no Portuguese. My question is for the member of LifeSaker. I don't remember your name. Katia? Okay, thank you. I am from Greece. Back in like my small university town, I founded art market as an artist. I brought artists together, and here in Portugal, I have kind of continued what I'm doing, but like in a less professional, more volunteering kind of way through initiatives like Nucleus de Artes Manuais, like Nucleus in the university, and other art markets here in Lisbon. So my question to you is, as somebody who doesn't necessarily look to expand this on a large scale, how can I make such creative events that are targeted to youth more inclusive and in general encourage even more people to participate, both from the perspective of a customer or from the perspective of somebody willing to learn or from the perspective of an artist/instructor?
Sim.
A pergunta, eu não sei perceber bem a pergunta. Can you repeat the question?
My question basically is just how to make such creative, youth-centered places more inclusive, because from what I can tell, this is a main goal of yours or a main reason behind your success.
Okay, so basically I think for youth centers to be more inclusive, I mean, LifeShaker, I don't know what we do. One of the things that I think it's the richest part of LifeShaker is people who were participants becoming the professionals that work with with the people who need. So, for example, when I was younger, when I was 16, 17 years old, I was the person who needed LifeShaker. So I went to LifeShaker because I needed somewhere to study or somewhere to learn things. And as long as I was in LifeShaker, I was learning to do some of the work that I do nowadays. So I was a volunteer during I don't know 2-3 years. I was a volunteer, and as the people older than me was realizing that I was good at doing what I was doing, I became a professional at LifeShaker, and the majority of the people that work there were young people that needed LifeShaker. We are all like 20, 21, 24 years old. There's no one much older than that, and then it turns easier to work with the people that we work with. I don't know if that was clear.
Your answer is like the only correct one, like it's a very open-ended question. So yeah.
But I think being the public helps us. So we already been there and we needed that. So it turns easier after that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's almost 5:30. So it's 5:30 already. So I think it's time to close the session,
Yes.
Thank you very much for all of you. We have more questions here. Okay, one last
Quick
question.
No worries.
If you try to work with with government, maybe, because I am from Poland and I used to live in Norway, and they have quite a lot of programs for young people who can help people with disabilities or older people. They get some money. They are students, and they are, for example, making some groceries for people, and it could maybe be a way for you to be even more. How do I say this? But if you could get some money from government, you could even make it completely free for those students, or even give a little bit money. So they have accommodation, a little bit of money, and the older people get help and company. And I don't know, maybe, yeah.
We tried already. We had some meetings with the government, but everything takes too long, so we were not able to wait. So we start walking by ourselves, because it's difficult. They said, "Oh wow, that's very nice. Let's think about it," and then nothing happens. So we weren't able to be expecting.
I get it. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. I would like to close the session now. Especially thank you to our dear guests, Ines, Katja, Fernanda. Thank you guys for being here. I know it's the last one, but definitely I think it's definitely one of the most impactful one when it comes to impact. At least we've seen some beautiful pictures, not just pictures, stories actually, of how social can be intertwined with business. And that's what we wanted to show for these classes, that you can also think about the social aspect when you're thinking about the business. So it doesn't have to be full profit. If there is some kind of audience, customers, or even some part of your business can help out any social problem, you can turn it also possibly into a social enterprise. So thank you for being with us throughout all of these 2 days. I hope these were very inspiring, inspirational talks. And what else to say then? Good luck and see you soon in the classrooms. Thank you very much. Ciao.
papers here.